has come to our family. You remember our venerable house? Opulent and imperial, gazing proudly from its stoic perch above the moor. I lived all my years in that ancient, rumor-shadowed manor, fattened by decadence and luxury. And yet I began to tire of conventional extravagance. Singular, unsettling tales suggested the mansion itself was a gateway to some fabulous and unnameable power. With relic and ritual, I bent every effort towards the excavation and recovery of those long-buried secrets, exhausting what remained of our family fortune on swarthy workmen and sturdy shovels. At last, in the salt-soaked crags beneath the lowest foundations, we unearthed that damnable portal of antediluvian evil. Our every step unsettled the ancient earth. But we were in a realm of death and madness. In the end, I alone fled laughing and wailing through those blackened arcades of antiquity, until consciousness failed me. You remember our venerable house, opulent and imperial. It is a festering abomination. I beg you, return home, claim your birthright, and deliver our family from the ravenous, clutching shadows of the darkest dungeon.
Alright, good evening everybody. I am very sorry for such a late start, but I figure Darkest Dungeon's a nice way to say sorry, isn't it? Alright, so it looks like there's a little Discord thing flashing in the top left corner. Let me see if I can get rid of that. Cool. Well, it looks like the game's a little loud, so I'm going to pull it back a bit. Not too much. Apology accepted indeed. Alright, and we are on the Forgotten Estate for the stream. So it's been a little while since I played this. This might mean that some of your beloved characters are going to wind up perishing to my inexperience. But that's fine, because that's what this game is about. So yeah, no good excuses for why I'm so late tonight. I know, so I do give myself sort of a window of an hour for start time, which I know because I'm usually able to manage the 7 o'clock or 7-ish start. It's a little bit hard to say that there's sort of an hour like obviously if any of you had a favorite TV show and
all the decadent horrors I have seen pale in comparison to that final crowning thing.
All right.
I could not look, nor could I look away.
This is still a problem. I wonder if the screenshot trick still works. Yep, it does. Alright, well that's a little bit of a shame that does that still, but we will prevail. Anyways, yeah, so I think if you had a favorite TV show and they told you it will start within an hour of the time we say it starts, you would not remain a fan of that show. And so it's not great that I do it this way, but it's what I've got. And sometimes, especially on Fridays, I definitely run into a situation where it's the end of the week. There's a bunch of work that I've usually done. I tend to burn the candle at both ends to try and make streaming stuff work, as well as some of the other stuff that I've got going on. And so I do sort of allow myself a little more flexibility on Fridays than others. I really tried to be on top of it. I actually specifically cut something short earlier in the day for myself to make it back and stream. But the if I had one contributor in terms of why I am starting late, it's this. I had a presentation at work today, so this is one where a bunch of directors from different divisions get together. This whole survey stuff that I was talking about that was causing different times and whatnot, well, that's done. That's finished today. We were, again, it was a special course about surveys. We had our graduation, all well and good. I got to wear, okay, it's not that I got to, I can wear a suit whenever I damn well please, but it is generally the done thing to dress up for such affairs. So, and because I very commonly do not, you know, wear a suit or anything to most work activities and pretty much anything else that I do, it tends to catch people by surprise when they see me in full form, let's say. So that's always fun, but obviously when you dress well, it was a very bright and sunny day, and then we had sort of our graduation, went out to this sort of brew pub thing, and then we actually went to a board game place shortly after. We did a great round of Secret Hitler, which I've not played in forever. But overall, it was... you know, it was a good time, but it was also very bright today, and it is definitely a dark suit. And I walked a lot in what are sort of dress shoes, so sort of by the end of me coming back, you know, I just kind of got out of everything and kicked back and like just read for a little bit, and you know, again, sure enough, as is my way, I'm out like a light. And then, you know, when I did actually still, I was roughly in shape to sort of start approximately on time, but like I still needed to get dinner and all of that. So, anyways, long story to explain, but here we are in the Forgotten Estate. The time and gold were not spent in vain. However, as today caregivers announced, they have succeeded in concocting an effective antidote. So, medical war is free. Now, I believe we've already got people... Oh, no. Okay, so... we don't have any diseases, though. I think I've actually already paid for all of that. So, I don't think there's anything else for me to do at this point other than just keep going on some adventures. So, I know money will be a factor. And then we had some goals overall. So, if I can get some level 2 people, I don't believe I'll be able to put a level 3 on this. Yeah. So, what have we got? We've got Sean Bean, Cool Eagle, Paraville, and True Asgoth. Do I want to put people who are not at, like, the top of their game? And then there's the Brigand 8-pounder. I'm pretty sure we should be able to handle the 8-pounder. The only thing that makes me a little nervous is that there's no healing. But do I want to go, like, super strong at the start and go after the 8-pounder? It's super tempting. So let me think a little bit, because the problem with all of these is that I don't remember the battles too well. Something like an excuse to wear a suit, though. Had a lot of fun kicking around St. John's in a suit and day drinking at a local bar for your brother's wedding. Oh, that's really cool, PAX. Yeah, I mean, I don't dislike it. I think it's... Okay, I gotta get my leper some goodies. Minus 33 heal. Well, we don't have that much healing, I don't think. Yeah, we're going we're going pretty hard on this, but I feel like this is I actually feel like this is going to be a very this could wind up being a really solid group for the 8-pounder. So I'm going to take a minute and make sure they're armed properly. This could actually be something. Yeah, so it's like I do think there's just, in my own case, I sort of think that I have the advantage of not having much by way of expectations, so the impact is a little bit above my what I normally get. But yeah, it's just one of these things where I tend to go for either comfort or ease of use. So it's so much easier to just throw on a t-shirt and jeans and go about my day. But healers are overrated anyway. Dress shoes are probably the worst part of dressing up, though. It kills. Yeah, I definitely like, the one thing that I do occasionally hear every once in a while, even if I'm in like my casual clothes, is something to the effect of, nice shoes. Apparently, for whatever reason, I have some talent for shoes. So I actually don't mind that too much, but I walked around in them a lot, and it's just a hot day, so it's one of these things where if it's sufficiently hot, you really do just it just sort of saps your energy. Anyway, sorry, I'm kind of babbling. As you can see, I'm still wearing off the effects of the day. I think we're going to bring 20 food on this one in case I do need to, camp out. We'll bring double torches, and I'm debating on bringing stuff like anti-venom. I'm gonna bring another bandage, but yeah, I think we're gonna go with this. So,
Simple folk are by their nature loquacious, and the denizens of the hamlet were no exception. It was not long before rumors of my morbid genius and secretive excavations began to fuel local legend. In the face of my increasingly egregious flaunting of public taboos, awe turned to ire, and demonstrations were held in the town square. The smell of sulfur and gunpowder hangs in the air. The war machine is close.
So basically, the trick about so essentially the front row has got sort of the cannon attack and the sort of the front attack. And there's a similar pairing here that Sharp and Cool Eagle are going to be a dynamic duo in terms of taking out the cannon. Part of this, too, is an effort for me to understand a party without healing. Like, I really feel that in this game you should be able to get stuff done without having healers. I'm obviously bringing, like, brand new characters into a fight, well, near brand new characters, into a fight with sort of a boss. But I do have sort of an expectation that I should be able to pull this off. I might need to think a bit about it, but this is not what I would normally go into a boss fight with, but I feel like this is something that should pay off. The only thing I can say is I would much prefer to find the object quickly. Alright, somebody dropped this recently, probably on the run. It has a lock on it. Well, that's a shame. I'm not going to waste a shovel on it. Hey, a fancy hat. Bullseye hat, trade-off dodge. God, these are both really good. I kind of feel like speed is my edge on the 8-pounder fight.
Watch your step.
Ooh! All right, they're starting strong. All right. This is gonna suck for Sean Bean. Forward one, I think I could take that.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
Alright, now we can get some work done. Yeah, let's just inflict the bleed. If I can get some back row attacks off, that'll be good. Nice. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna start using Sean Bean or Sharp to start healing everybody. These guys are gonna be scrambling around for the rest of the round. Hello, Liro, or Lironijek, I suppose I should use the full name. How you doing? Do I want to do a slice off? Do I want to do... Let's Battlefield Ballad this.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose.
Okay.
A momentary abatement. Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
So, could be,
Be wary. Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
could have been worse, but the game's definitely reminded me that it means business. I'm going to try and adjust the volume a little bit. It's been a bit since you've stopped by. I won't use that as an excuse not to address you by the way that you'd prefer to be addressed, though. It's totally fine. I also know we had a bunch of people in at the beginning, and I think I sort of lost them because I was busy explaining why it was taking so long to get started. But that's the way it always goes. So, yeah, this is fun, especially because I've not played this game since I streamed it last, and obviously my Fridays have been taken up with a lot of other stuff. So this is a really fun way to jump back into the game. Okay, glad I didn't get rid of the shovel. This is going to be a tricky one.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to
There's
the
no
brave
excuse for
and
me
the
to keep these
foolhardy alike.
torches down, by the way. I'm just getting lazy. Alright, gentlemen. I don't need to worry so much about the stress because I've got the inspiring tune, but while we're at it, let's just start with a nice harvest so that we can inflict some bleed. Hey, Johnny Big Time, it's always great to see you. By the way, guys, if you could let me know about the game-to-voice volume, because I'm noticing that Darkest Dungeon is louder than most of the other games. By the way, I said I wasn't going to worry about the stress dealer, but...
Their formation is broken.
But yeah. I'm willing to turn it down again if it's too loud.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Obviously, a bit of volume on this game isn't bad though, because it definitely adds to the impact. All right. Pretty good balance. Okay, cool. Throbbing cocoons. Ugh, I'm not really sure what I want to do. So apparently, the torches do not do anything here. Let's try medicinal herbs. No effect. Why did I do that? I hope these guys don't wind up with a Crimson Curse. Oh, my voice sounds stressed? Well, I did do a public presentation. Tell you what, let me just take a second. Hello, Johnny Big Time. Does this sound any better? No, yeah, it's probably because I woke up recently. Not too recently, but... and I did spend... So, oh, Johnny, I should actually explain. I got to do Secret Hitler again after a very long time today.
Confidence surges
I know
as
you
the
remember
enemy
that.
crumbles.
I know you remember that that last game that we played. Okay, he didn't get the curse, so that's fine.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
And now I need to start making some hard decisions. I definitely want to bring the blood. Definitely want the deeds. Definitely want the invitation. So what am I giving up for this? Okay, well, let's say Jade's out. Let's say the herbs go away too. I normally like bringing relics, but yeah, this will not spark joy.
Glittering gold.
Anyways,
trinkets
I'll
and
try and
baubles.
get the
Paid
voice
for
back to
in
where
blood.
it properly is. So, yep. Although that's almost always true. I try not to let my lack of funds dictate too much of my play.
Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent.
Thing is, I know we're gonna get a bunch of money at the end of the
In
the level.
radiance, may we find victory.
So I don't want to worry too much about putting stuff in my packs. So like the likelihood of me finding another jade as opposed to any other sort of loot. The trade-off for giving up a jade, it's like, okay, so if I can get a big stack of jade, clearly that will be worth a lot more money than if I find the gold on its own. But if alternatively I find something that is worth more than 375, I don't feel too bad about missing out on it. Also, the blood is really important because I'm very low on that. Oh, Jesus. Okay. This character's really good at finding traps with her
Ambushed by
feet.
foul invention.
Nothing like a good poisoning to make you, make you hungry.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
It'd be nice if we had more scouting, to be completely honest, but the thing is that the more these
Match is
torches...
struck. A blazing star is born.
I'm wondering if I'm just missing out on these things. I genuinely believe I should be able to use a torch to set this thing on fire. Okay.
A marvel of technology. An engine of destruction.
So, Johnny, you ever see one of these in the game? Because this is awesome. Alright. So, this is gonna be the plan that we had all along. Hugh to smack down the front row. Now, I was wrong about the Iron Swan. It turns out that the matchman is not available there, so suddenly Sean Bean becomes a lot more important. But we'll work with what we got. So let's get this party started. All right, now slice off. I can harvest. This thing isn't affected by bleed though, so we'll just...
Another one falls.
Nice. Iron Swan's not going to help me now, though.
Annihilated. Decimated.
Alright then.
Be gone.
I'd love to use a round where this guy can do the battle ballad, but obviously this setup we've got right now is allowing us to do a bit of damage to the cannon each time. Oh, this is nice. So let's do a... I think I'm gonna get the mark on it. Unlucky for you, Mr. Cannon. Well, we need to prioritize this guy though, so.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Oh, from some hero attacks, so I think I might have actually wasted the mark here. Oh god, this is good. Again, I want to prioritize this guy. I do not want this cannon ever to go off, so even though I'd love to buff my team, I am still absolutely prioritizing taking this guy out. Fortunately, Hugh makes that very easy. Okay, so now I'm able to buff my team.
A time to perform beyond one's limits. Executed with impunity. The brigands are undone. Our family crest is once again a symbol of strength.
Thanks, everybody. See you next week. All right. So the problem with a start like that, everything else that happens after this is gonna suck now. That obviously went very well. So we're gonna explore the rest of the dungeon. This will possibly come at the expense. My headphones are on the wrong way. Alright, Sickening Satchel. This is a pretty cool upgrade. Jesus. Okay, here's how I'm gonna handle it. Chow down. We don't need the firewood anymore. Yeah, this is how we're gonna do it. Yeah. So we're gonna do a little bit of exploration because obviously there's more mileage in this team. I'm still not going to investigate this cocoon because I might get the Crimson Curse. Well, do I want to be a baby or not? See, the thing is that both sanity and health are they're resources to be consumed, and we have a lot of them right now, so I should be using this as an opportunity to improve people.
Obliterated.
So that guy got prioritized because he was the only one who's going to be acting that round. Let's do another harvest. We might be able to take him out. See, I'd really like to work down the stress on the Hellion, but obviously these guys can inflict the Crimson Curse, so I want to prioritize that. This guy will die on his round.
A death by inches.
Alright. That jade obviously would have been helpful. In this case, I'm going to switch out the bandages because, again, this is just one of these points where I know we can leave whenever we want. And so now the matter is just prioritizing what goodies I want to keep inside my my inventory. And the redemption amulet, I believe oh no, it's the fortune amulet. So the question now is what...
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
I sort of feel like I have to... Yeah. I sort of feel like I have to bring building equipment, so... Gold does stack up to 1750, although it does depend on who you have inside of your party. Oh, for some reason, yeah, it seems like a couple of these weren't properly stacked. This is so interesting. I did not ever realize that there wasn't an auto stack option inside here. I always thought that happened on its own, but I'm sure I probably wound up like losing some useful stuff as a result of that, but can't change it now. So the one thing I do try to avoid are things like when I'm going a bit greedy. I don't normally like opening things like those cocoons because obviously this is just gravy, right? Like I'm just trying to get some extra money if I can to try and sing a few songs to the Hellion to get their stress down. But overall, I'm really just taking this as an opportunity to enrich myself and you know, just use these resources a bit more than I have already. The dilemma that I face is when I go after something like Crimson Court enemies, they potentially inflict a more permanent penalty on my characters. Sean Bean is just doing the Lord's work today. I can't do it. I wanted to see if I could get another song on the Hellion, but
This expedition at least promises success.
But yeah, so obviously if the aim is just to get a couple, like let's say a couple hundred more gold, and you wind up with a character on the Crimson Curse, especially when you don't have that much blood, it's really hard to say that that's a trade-off where you've come out ahead. All right, this will be slightly dramatic, but I think we can do something with this. If that wasn't a crit, I would have been able to do the Iron Swan. This has actually caused some problems for me. I don't want to do... Oh, I can't even do it, so... let's take this piece off the board first. He'll probably mark someone, and this guy will do some heavy damage, but if it's the leper's fine, because the leper's a tank. Wounds heal.
Precision and power.
Kaya LB just takes one look at that rend for the mark, lets him know exactly what he thought of that. All right.
Success so clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
I probably should have ditched the citrine a while ago, but obviously switching out for onyx is clearly better. Even if I find a second citrine, I'm ahead on that. And I am comfortable with the rest of this for now.
The light, the promise of safety.
Nice. I might even call it here, but let's see what goodies await us. Okay, so there's treasure to the left, and I'm out of shovels, so we're getting close to the end of this run. Alright. right. I'd love to de-stress the Hellion even more, but let's focus on the task at hand. This guy can usually inflict some stress just in terms of the types of attacks that he does. So let's bring him down to size.
Well struck.
Jesus Christ, Sharp is terrifying with this setup. Okay, so this guy's gonna drop as soon as he gets his turn. I'm gonna let Cool Eagle.
Intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Oh. I'm not even worrying with the heals, just because there's no point. I can basically get out of here whenever I want.
Strike. Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
I'm so used to everybody shooting the lights out that it's surprising when people miss. I've sinned so very much. Light guide me. That's all Cool Eagle's fault. It's also very on brand for him. Alright, let's see what's waiting for us here. These guys are going to be a pain in the ass, but I have a feeling the Leper can make reasonably short work of them. Again, Harvest. If I can, I'd like to take these guys out pretty quickly. Actually, you know what? This is going to be a case of a slice off. I can still inflict the bleed, but this will potentially take the character out faster. And I do want to get the stress dealers out of the way, because the whole reason we spent this time was to get the Hellion off the cliff. Well, turns out it didn't do that much damage. This guy might raise his friend. I didn't think properly on that. I should have shot this Acolyte, and then I could have Iron Swan the other. So let's see what they have in store for us. Okay, this is the one character I can afford to get a little, have a little stressed. We're not even going to worry about the rest of it. We're just going to slice.
Ghoulish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
Okay. Might as well go to the next stream. This, again, there's no way we're getting past the obstacle, so at this point here...
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
This game knows how to tempt me very well. Okay, we're dropping the torches. I am going to open the cocoon. This is very manageable. I genuinely don't know if these guys can inflict the Crimson Curse. So again, prioritizing the characters who have actions left, and we should be able to sew this up.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Alright, packs laden with loot are often short on supply, but we are out of here. Alright, welcome back to the Darkest Dungeon. Let me just take a quick minute here and shout out somebody very cool in the channel. We've got Johnny Big Time. Now Johnny, okay, does anybody here know when E3 actually starts? Because I thought it was during the week, but apparently E3 is starting this weekend. Hey, Tall Man Alive, good to see you. You just missed a really good run against the Brigand 8-pounder, but that's what VODs are for. Ponce, you handsome man. Okay, so we got a couple of... Yeah, E3 keeps saying 11th to the 13th. Everybody keeps saying that this is starting the weekend, though? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, you were here. Okay, excellent. One way or the other, from what I understand, Johnny is going to be doing his live broadcast of E3. I loved the last time that he did this. Johnny Big Time is an incredibly personable streamer. He's got great charisma, a really good camera presence. He has got a bunch of kick-ass stuff that he's been working on for a while on his stream, and I really hope that you guys get to see it. I got to host him last night. I think a few of you had a good time with that. You looked up the dates and it said the 11th through the 13th, so you took those days off, but now seeing it starting on the weekend, you have no idea. Yeah, I mean, I keep hearing this weekend stuff, so I'm wondering if there's like a press thing that's starting off and that the actual like broadcast part is the weekend. Let me just go, I'm just gonna open a window for a second. It's so, that run was so hot. All right. All right. I just took a look at some of the traits that opened up. Johnny's a fantastic streamer. I do encourage you, you know, even if his normal stuff is not for you, do check out the E3 because it's a wonderful deflationary take on what is often a very pretentious kind of event. I may not actually be able to see the live stuff because I'm going to be busy punching numbers in the name of the Queen, but I'm definitely going to be watching those videos again. Also, not to be outdone, we have a fancy purple check mark inside here. I really wish, I don't know if people have the option of turning it on or off, but Ponce, the great man himself, is in our presence. Another wonderful streamer, really friendly guy. I don't know what you've been playing lately, by the way. He seems to have been on a bit of a fighting kick, but that might just be because I've not seen his more recent stuff. Started off as a League streamer. I believe still goes back to do his Riot hobby every once in a while. But really, a really solid guy. Definitely if you prefer somebody who is not going to have sort of this hype caster reaction to everything, Ponce is a lot more even-keeled, really smart guy, really good at games, and especially if you like sort of the From Software sort of stuff, so Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Sekiro, Ponce is an absolute master of those types of games. But honestly, he has got a wide and very good. So it's not just that he has a very diverse set of games that he plays, but he's also very good at all of the ones that he plays. So sort of somebody that two very different streamers. Johnny is also quite good at the games that he plays. Two very different styles, but two people who I have a tremendous respect for on Twitch. And it's always very fun to hang out with them. So anyways, so Periville, Deviant Taste is not allowed to visit the brothel for reasons best left to discretion, i.e. the sort of stuff that I send to Sin in Discord messages until she blocked me. Hard Noggin, 15% stun resist. Guilty Conscience for Alkai LB bears the crushing guilt of deeds real and imagined. Cool Eagle now has Night Owl, +2 speed if the torch is below 26, and it replaced Clotter. And Sharp has Nymphomania, +20% stress heal received in the brothel. Again, much like my direct messages to Eyes of Sin.
I was lord of this place before the crows and rats made it their domain.
Okay. Johnny Big Time engaged in pleasures of the flesh and received recovered 81 stress and is no longer paranoid. Ed Baver lost 500 gold after becoming tipsy and buying around for the house. Ed Baver had a night on the town and recovered 70 stress. Casual Nothing prayed, recovered 69 stress and is no longer abusive. Captain Zerge meditated and recovered 70 stress and is no longer irrational. And a few upgrades. So Cool Eagle and Sharp will not be able to go after the flesh, but we do have some upgrades. So it's a little tempting actually to bring the Red Crew back to the Crimson Court. So I can try and kill the Baron, or I can activate 3 Winemaker's Reserves. That's champion though, so. Alright. Crimson Curse. craving. The marked will have their day. Alright, so let's just take a quick look here and see if there's anything I can do with my team. In this particular case, I don't think there is. I have no real intentions. Like, so the people who should be going back to stress recovery and all of that are these folks. The only other thing I could think of is maybe to put some people in the treatment wards, or the medical ward, but we didn't do that last. So it would have to be a treatment ward run. And, I don't know, do I really want to get rid of... I mean, I'm okay with this mess being a tippler. Ruminator? Could be bad. Sin, Stress Eater, Tuckered Out. You know what? I think we're going to save the money for now. I could see myself upgrading some buildings, but... Hey, Eyes of Sin! Sorry to leave you as a Stress Eater and Tuckered Out, but... And... I might have mentioned something about Discord messages. If anybody says something about Discord messages, just let me know and I'll ban them because they're spreading lies. Alright, the Baron invites you to join his Twisted Games. Now, last time we did this, we had a little trouble finding our way through the level. But that's fine. Everybody is geared up for something awesome. I remember torches did not mean as much as I thought they did, so we will adjust. Venturing into the courtyard will consume 1 invitation. I think we have enough. Oh, also, Town Event Avail lifted. Oh, it doesn't say what the event is. Okay, cool. So let's see if we can do something about this Baron. We are getting really short on blood. I will bring enough torches, and I do think I'm going to load up on food, because that's going to be another mechanism for healing. 3 shovels this time, and I think I'm going to bring some proper bandages. And I'm okay... Yeah, I feel okay with this loadout. The malignant merrymaking continues, and you are the entertainment. So we'll see if there's something that can happen with where are we now? Well, I suppose it makes as much sense as any for me to clear out what we've got here. And then we'll move down to the south, so... I think I'm going to try and push these guys as far as I can, as far as the blood curse is concerned. At least until we start recovering some more. How could I not? Sweet relief as the eggs turn to ash. Blood. Could there be some here? Yeah, I suppose I could have harvested whatever was there for blood, but... Alright, Johnny's also feeling pretty hungry. Alright. So Zerge's getting the first taste. Now again, when these guys go fanatical, that is potentially a benefit, but I want to be a little careful with how this goes. I can't remember what happens when I hit the torch. I don't actually want it. This is going to be one... I don't normally like consulting the wiki right away, but... Darkest Dungeon wiki... +3 accuracy for 1 battle. Okay. This is the sort of thing I like to use the the wiki for if I can to try and fill myself in on information I forgot about before. But yeah, this is purely exploration at this point, just because we don't know where the key for this locked room is. We are obviously looking to try and gain some more stuff. If we can kill the Baron, this is good. It's not obvious we're going to be able to pull it off, but we'll try. Okay, blood flowers. The blossoms bear the stench of pestilence and something or other, which we didn't get to see. How are you doing today, Eyes of Sin? Alright. We get to hear the badass Crimson Court music. By the way, this game is on sale if you're interested in it. All the DLC as well. Have you read my blog?
Executed with impunity.
Johnny will release the hounds.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Oh, very nice, Sin. I'm glad to see that your floofy pal has, Alright. Oh, it does work. Okay. Vermin sizzle and pop as it burns. Okay, good for money. I'm glad that your pal is, has continued the bond. It was mostly not alive. You appreciate the sentiment. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we know there's a fight, but we're kind of looking for those right now. The worst that can happen to them is I already get a curse they already have. I don't think there's any benefit for me after the fight, but maybe we'll be able to harvest some blood off of these guys. And of course there might be something on the other end of the room, so... Most likely, I do find it a bit of a weird one. Okay, so this helps with stress. Well, maybe I don't want to help with stress. Maybe I actually want to try and get some blood out of this. We'll take the weak one.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Alright, Houndmaster Johnny did the Lord's work, so now we're gonna heal up the party and take advantage of the bleed. Oh Jesus! I should have planned that better. I didn't realize it was one. Okay. That could have been a costly error.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Okay, no blood unfortunately. And looks like we got some people who are getting a little hungry. Yeah, I was gonna say, that's good of you, Sin, because I know it's always a little grim to have to do something like that. I've become a bit more, like, passive on stuff like this, so, like, I used to be bugged enough by spiders that I'd kill them. Now, I don't do that, because I really don't like the idea of killing stuff just because it's, you know, an annoyance, or I feel like it's an annoyance. Okay, let's think a little bit about, see, the Chevaliers are probably going to be the big damage dealers to me, but it's also debatable as to whether or not I'm going to be able to do enough damage to them to have a meaningful effect this first round. So let's take the weak one.
Decisive pummeling.
Johnny's going to distribute bleed across the group. Oof. Alright, that's unlucky, but gives me more reason to go after the Chevaliers. Do I want to do a Grape Shot Blast, though? Because the Infallible Servitude's going to take care of that. Oof. Okay, so apparently all the luck from the first run's now gone. That's why I brought bandages, though, so... Alright. And of course the nice thing here is with Judgment that Ed Baver's going to wind up healing themselves, so this time I think it makes a little bit of sense to take down one of the Chevaliers. This may be a dumb question, but was the spider's name Paul? No, I love the version of that story where the spider's name was something totally different.
A death by inches.
Okay, that's unfortunate, but we can live through it. This just needs a little more damage. A Grape Shot Blast might do the work. Now, unfortunately, Ed Baver getting stunned is...
Inspiration and improvement.
Ed Baver getting stunned is actually a big liability here. Yeah, we'll pistol it. Johnny should be able to finish off most of them. Oof! Johnny should also be able to finish off my team. Okay. I'm not able to inflict damage on the back row with the Chevalier. Both of these guys are going to die, so we're going to use the battle heal instead. And this time it's going to be a self-heal because Ed Baver's going to be able to heal themselves when they take on the Chevalier.
Is the weapon that cuts on its own.
This is definitely pretty costly as far as health. Johnny will pet the dog. This is such a tough one. I really don't want them... I don't think this will be enough to kill the Chevalier. Yeah. Especially when they miss. Yeah, let's just... Any heal I can get. We'll probably have to make up the heals on the next fight.
Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Okay, I'll be honest, that was not my favorite encounter, but we're alive. Good for treasures.
Glittering gold, trinkets and baubles. Paid for in blood.
Okay, Johnny's now wasting away, so... I need to think of some other ways that I can wind up getting blood, but again, the first time I ever did the Crimson Court was like the last stream or maybe the stream before it, so obviously all of this is this brand new content, so we're gonna apply the same logic. We're gonna open the cocoon rather than burn it in order to get some opportunities to get blood. Also, it'll mean we'll have some opportunities for healing. And this is very manageable. Well, Ed Baver got their revenge on Johnny, I guess. Johnny doesn't need to pet the dog, so the question is whether or not I go for like a heavy hit on one or I distribute it evenly. The problem about distributing it evenly is that the sycophant will probably try and heal, but there's still such an advantage to inflicting bleed, so... Yeah, that's not a surprise. Okay, blog time. That's terrifying. It's like the one thing I'm not equipped to deal with. Oh, this guy's healing up again. Ugh. Okay, so they've got a riposte.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Oh. I think it's every man for himself as far as healing's going right now. I don't know if spread damage triggers the riposte. It does. Ugh.
Press this advantage. Give them
Okay, we're gonna try and stun lock this guy until we get some healing done. You know what, he's got enough health, I probably shouldn't have done that. For the greater good.
Oh no! Clarified as a single strike.
Okay, this buys us a little time. Casual Nothing's having none of this. All right, I really wanted some chances to heal people, but Casual Nothing was tired of that. Johnny, please check the dangerous thing. What am I doing? Obviously, the way it's going right now, we're not going to get nearly as much looked at. You know what? I'm not going to torch this one. Okay.
Fortune, waiting to be spent.
Again, we're looking for blood, so... This place is huge. This might be the spot where the key is. Oh boy. I'm gonna have to start picking who gets the blood. I feel like getting rid of wasted is still the highest, or wasting is the highest priority. Okay. Again, we gotta get some people healed up, so let's start by hitting the weak. Ouch. Okay, Johnny's gonna focus down the manservant. Ooh. That stun was really unfortunate. Yikes. Ooh, and that bleed. So you definitely get Death's Door. Oh, maybe not. We'll Divine Grace him. I think I'm going to do Zealous Accusation again, just because these guys are in a perfect position for it. Next up, what do I want to do with the Hounds? I think this time we'll do Hounds Harry. Okay, it's not terrible when that happens to Johnny, just because he's able to self-heal. That's a huge problem when Ed Baver takes damage, though, because then I have to start using Judgment rather than healing. Five. Getting 3 around. This might be enough to take out the Manservant. Yep. That was the right call. Okay, I am going to do Judgment. We're going to just focus down one of the Chevaliers. And again, this is just to get people healed up. And again, we're focusing down one primary target. This guy's already got some guarded by, so this is going to go away as soon as the Manservant's done. The thing that makes me nervous, of course, is Casual Nothing getting a hit between now and when Ed Baver's able to get some work done. It is a very weak move for me to try and just stun, so Smite it is. Oh, Johnny, I'm so sorry. Please don't die.
Facing the abyss.
In this case, we're going to Divine Comfort just so that everybody gets a point. Okay. Open Vein for some heavy bleeding. Ideally, we'll be able to stun him. Nope, doesn't matter. In this case, there's no point in stunning him anymore. We're just going to heal everyone up. And I do think I need to use the bandage, so... Zerge's the higher priority right now. Back to Death's Door. Oh Jesus, that's 6 damage per round. I definitely should have used the bandages on Johnny. We'll buy you a round, but this is going to be a problem. I think I'm going to do Divine Comfort again.
Sedated.
And we know this guy. Oh no, this guy may not die this round. I gotta finish it though.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Bleedstone. I'm going for the money. Alright, let's, So it's all about, this is something that happened a couple of rounds before. There are some very sensible choices. So the thing about Divine Comfort is, generally the enemies are going to do enough damage that Divine Comfort is only going to buy you maybe another round. And if you know that you need multiple rounds to get the work done, it can make a lot more sense to basically, I'm trying to think of the best way to explain this, but like, we say it's like, okay, who has the highest death's door protection? They don't get the heals. I'm gonna do a fat heal on like the people I absolutely must have alive by the end of this thing. And then you just kind of roll the dice with the people who are the least likely to die, and what that winds up doing is it gives you the flexibility of a couple rounds. Because the thing is that if you're just divine comforting every round, you kind of know you're on your way to losing anyway. And then, in addition, you're using up 1/4 of your party from being able to do something really effective. So, it's, you know, it's very much a situational thing, but I do find... when I freak out, things tend to go worse with regards to the whole, you know, divine comfort thing. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna table saw this. So we're gonna focus down the large corpse eater and then move on to the ghoul. The ghoul I do want to inflict as much bleed as I can on, and that's obviously not gonna happen when the front line is there. Ouch. Okay. Ooh, that's a beautiful hit. Truth prevails!
Knowing uncertainty, the birthplace of dread.
Johnny will be okay. I do want to inflict that bleed, but this is I'm gonna use this fight as a chance to heal up the party. Sorry guys, I need to tab out for one really quick second. I get to watch the action on another monitor. Okay, so Ed Baver's up. People are okay as far as healing are concerned. Actually, Ed Baver's one of the lower ones, so back to Judgment. Okay. So we're not out of the woods yet, but it's looking encouraging. Okay, this guy's gonna bleed out, which is even better.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
So let's bleed him out. I might even just automatically stun him because of his level of protection. Or just, sorry, stun him as many times as I can. And then we'll use the opportunity to heal up. Although Johnny does inflict bleed as well. So, how much are these guys down for? 26, 35, 30, 43. I still need to go for the fat heals, so... And here we're just taking a chance on this stun. It's not a very likely one. Oop. Johnny is now abusive. Hopefully not to the dog, though.
Frustration and fury, more destructive than
Nice.
100 cannons.
So now we have to... Actually, the question is, do I go for the heavy damage or do I try for another stun? And at this point, we're in really good shape as far as the heals go, so now we need to finish this. Still open vein is the best call. How much bleed do we have on him? He's over. So Johnny will take the chance to get some healing.
Prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
Okay, that turned out well. Onyx will replace the... well... Okay, we don't really need the Blight Charm. I haven't been using the dog treats, which is a problem. I also haven't been using the holy water. Well, let's ditch the holy water first. And we really need blood. Okay, we've more or less got our plan for this trio. I was hoping he wouldn't do the thirst, but that was a dumb assumption on my part. Christ, Johnny's really getting the worst part of this.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
I should have checked to see how much bleed he's getting. This isn't enough to take him out. Hound's Harry will hopefully deal with this though. No, Jesus, this is so hard because this is also... Nope, Hound's Harry. If this guy bleeds out, that's a shame, but Johnny will just have to heal in the next battle. 7 damage around, he's got 4, so let's close off what we can. And still no blood. Jesus.
This expedition at least promises success.
I'm gonna have to probably do a special run to try and find some blood for these guys, because this is gonna get really grim really quick. I'm gonna risk this curio. This might wind up being... Ooh, yeah, the wasting's gonna be a big problem. So I'm gonna try and get as far as I can with this group. I'm basically gonna push them to the absolute limit, and this was not what I needed. Yeah. So, I mean, as far as treasure's concerned, this is not a bad run. As far as what I wanted to accomplish with this group, this is definitely not where it needs to be. Everybody's basically going to be going back to their stress healing activities, and we're going to see if we can find some blood through other means. Although I will admit, the scarier thing that I'm thinking of is if I actually find a way to get to the Baron, and I take him with this team. Okay, so we got 2 wasting. I need to be a bit careful now, but we'll at least clear the obstacle. The name of the game right now is going to be trying to push this party as far as it can go, clearing out as much as I can without losing someone, because this is a fairly high skilled team. Yeah, we got 3, almost certainly 4 wasting, so blood is pretty much the only thing I should be worrying about right now. Which is a shame, because we used to have a ton of it. Casual nothing is now irrational.
Reeling, gasping, taken over the edge into madness.
Okay, Ed Baver's getting close to. But we're almost at the obstacle. Johnny's going to be the one I'm most worried about, because if he ever gets hit by a death blow, he's almost certainly done. Like, his resistance is down to now 57%, so it's slightly better than a coin toss, and I do not want those kinds of odds on my A-team. But we did at least get rid of the crumbling pillar. And of course, the other thing is that this isn't a total loss because we've completely explored everything but this area. Like, when we come back, it's gonna be... Like, it's gonna be, we'll be ready to go. But the matter is getting to whatever we find on the other side here. God, do I want to try this? Yes, I do. Alright. Forgive me, but I must make absolutely sure there's no blood. Alright, let's see what waits for us on the other side of this door. Of course it goes multiple ways. Again, we're going to push this as far as we can.
Mechanical hazards possessed by evil intent.
We're healing Johnny first. Much appreciated, but come back when you have some blood. Alright. I could force heal him through a Divine Comfort, but again, that's a weak move. What we're going to do instead is Rain Judgment. The problem is this guy might heal before it comes up. My faithful hound, my sweet princess, tear at their flesh, that we may be adored in bloody finery. This is the one move I didn't want them to do, which is to have this guy hit back with the thirst. So the thing is that... Oof. I'm not going to one-shot this guy. No, we're still going to open vein him. Yikes! Okay, Johnny's got to lick wounds.
Those who covet injury find it in no short supply.
They love going for Johnny. Oh, and he's got... This is going to be 3 damage around. This is going to be really hard to deal with. Jesus, this thing can't... This is exactly like a real mosquito. Alright, Zealous Accusation will hopefully clear out some space. This guy can heal up though, so I can't, unless I get like an immediate... Nope, he's got the thirst already. So now I'm gonna try... stun locking him and getting some healing done. Johnny does not want healing. Okay, this time I'm gonna force the issue with a party... Nope, okay, can't force it on Johnny. I could have healed Casual Nothing, I suppose, but let's just put an end to this. So Johnny's going to be really close to the edge at the end of this hallway.
Brought low and driven into the mud. Survival is a tenuous proposition.
Fuck me!
Sprawling tomb.
I did not know people could die to that. Holy shit, this is bad. Wow. Okay.
Injury and despondence set the stage for
I hope there isn't a fight here.
or cowardice.
Alright, that sucks, but...
Wounds to be tended, lessons to be learned.
Well, I guess we know that,
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
blood's our new priority. Alright. So, Ed Baver, Faithless. Okay, they won't do anything in the... Okay, Love Interest. Bad Gambler. Okay. So they're gonna just occupy the tavern. Bad Gambler, so they're gonna drink. And... they're gonna drink. I probably could have seen whether or not I could have upgraded that, but we'll leave that be for now. Next up, let's see if we can upgrade either the blacksmith or the guild. So, no. No. So, Braun, Reynold, Jamie, Valken, and Captain Zergi are our current casualties. I think I'm gonna leave it for now. Okay, so deeds and crests. What do I need for these? Also crests. Deeds, okay. So unfortunately, I'm not gonna spend the deeds. Let's embark again. So now that I know the consequences of not having blood, we kind of need to... So, gather the blood, the cursed heroes shake, whinge, and plea from our blood. This accursed fluid can only be found reliably in the courtyard. Seek crates marked for the winemaker's reserve. I'm going to use this as a training exercise. So, Danvers... El Dolby... And I don't really have a good position 3 for this. I mean, the bounty hunter if I'm forced, but maybe I do need a... Okay, well, even if I throw him away, let's bring in another Houndmaster. By the way, guys, oh, no, Grave Robber is probably a good position 3. Actually, a better position 2, surprisingly. If anybody wants to be named after one of these heroes, feel free to speak up.
With a keen eye, gold gleams like a
yes,
dagger's
so
point.
Pax, Dismas has to keep the same name, but if you would like, we've got Paravel the Hellion, Canagares the Bounty Hunter, Danvers the Antiquarian, and Fogris, or Fudris. Yeah, it's only because the plague doctor is a milady. But yeah, so Pax, I've got a grave robber, an antiquarian, and a bounty hunter, if you would like. Oh, and a shield maiden. Sure. If anybody else would like a character, now's a good time to do that. So let me know. And you have your choice. So this is outfit number 2 with the red, 3 the green, 4 the tan, I guess, 1 the blue, and we're back to the red. So again, your options: number 2, number 3. Oh, sorry, I forgot. So this will be, I'll go back. So this is number 2, number 3, number 4, number 1, number 2. You'd like number 1. All right. No promises that this is going to end well for anyone on this expedition, but we'll do our best. I'm really bummed out about what happened to Captain Zerge. I had no idea that you could die to lack of blood. Admittedly, there was not a lot that we could really do about that, because we had a level 5 quest for these, but I don't think we have much by way of healing, so I know it seems like a bit of a waste, but maximizing bandages is hopefully something that will pay off. Not enough blood in your estate. Some wasting heroes in town may die. Prestige. Well, what else am I supposed to do? Like... It's a bit of a shame too, because normally when we've gone to the courtyard, like for the Baron, we have wound up with some blood. So, all right, we're off to a good start. Nice.
Unbalanced.
I had no idea that these guys could change the positions like that.
Exposed to a killing blow.
So the Antiquarian's having a great time. I think a Pierce is a nice way of starting the... Actually, you know what? An Impale's an even better way to start.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
I need to get rid of the healer.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
I did not realize these guys... No, wait, I did know these guys could heal. I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, this sort of sucks. I can't do much, but... He's already taken his action, so... Damn.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
So again, the high priority here is to make sure that I get as much blood as I can and as little damage as possible. But the next priority, of course, is to get as much money, and so the Antiquarian's going to start helping me out with a lot of my money troubles. If you're not aware of it, the Antiquarian actually allows you to carry more gold in addition to finding things like minor antique. So those are two big channels through which they make your I don't know, your balance sheet a little bit more robust. Tippler. What's the worst that could happen?
A handsome reward for a task well performed.
Let's keep going through here. Did I bring torches? Yes, I did. So next time I won't bring any. Damned fountain. A bubbling fount spews a crimson ichor from some damnable source. I don't think the torch is going to do anything, but let's experiment. Burning the blood does something. One of the things that's really neat about this game is I feel like they've been pretty public about this. Do I want to give... Cool. I feel like the, Red Hook has been pretty clear about this, but because this is not a multiplayer game, there is a tendency for people to obsess a lot about balance. But I think one of the things that makes The Darkest Dungeon such an interesting game is that clearly there are characters with... Like, I suspect if this were to be like a card game, let's say, the sort of thing that you would play against an opponent, you'd probably have characters that you always pick and characters that you never pick. But the computer doesn't get mad when you win. And so this game has what I think most people would sort of define as unbalanced characters, and yet it's really satisfying for it. because you know, it just kind of leads to these really diverse and interesting parties that you can choose. So it's one of the reasons why I chose that that group for the brigand. Wow, this might become a big problem in a little bit. Less healing, plus 10 max HP. I may not keep it on them, but maybe the computer does get me. Yeah, that's why I haven't been getting blood. Watch, like 3 people in the party are gonna die right at the time I bring like 6 blood into the... These guys look bigger than they normally are. Alright. I can't impale because I'm not in the front row. No need to get fancy.
Be gone, fiend.
Danvers, you can't die on me.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Damn it.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
I can't move forward like this. I have to do something to heal this character. Otherwise they're gonna die because they get 3 rolls on death's door. This is the most ridiculous way of protecting the antiquarian.
Survival is a tenuous proposition in this sprawling tomb. Another one falls. Remind yourself that overconfidence is
Whatever, they were a new
and
member of the party.
insidious killer.
Okay, I'm not giving up blood to those guys anymore. It's not worth it. I just don't really need these kinds of treasures at this point. Tetanus, cool. I also have no idea where these winemakers' reserves are.
Gnawing hunger sets in, turning the body against itself, weakening the mind.
If they get stunned, I'm gonna be so mad. Okay,
Be
good.
left unanswered.
Because an impale will take out at least 2, possibly 3 of them. Jesus Christ. This could kill the shield maiden. Or shield breaker.
Now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms. Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
This is exactly where the antiquarian was when they were gonna die.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Why? Oh my god, this is a nightmare.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
So again, we're gonna play the same game here, but it's definitely looking pretty grim for the shield breaker. The one advantage that they have is that the Aegis at least will keep them from being damaged. What? What? Yeah. So the Aegis at least keeps them from taking that kind of damage. Now we got a whole other set of problems.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Although I suppose the reinforcements are precisely in place to stop me from doing what I was doing.
Terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Yikes.
Dazed, reeling, about to break.
That's gonna be 5 rounds of that. Okay.
Executed with impunity.
These guys are gonna be able to heal themselves. Oh, that's dirty.
Another life wasted
In the pursuit of glory and gold.
The thing is, this is like the Q team, so if everyone here dies, it's not a problem because we get the blood. Well, okay, sorry. As long as at least one person is alive by the end of this, we can come back to the Hamlet with the blood. I'd ideally like to complete the quest.
This expedition at least promises success.
Okay, so let's think a little bit about our next moves. I think ditching the herbs is probably step number 1. Crest, I've got like 100 of these blight charms. Okay, well this is obviously what we're coming for, so I do want to keep the food on the odd chance that I get another one of these infuriating, we had like, how many of these, you're hungry things did we, I feel like we had a lot of those, but, okay, we're gonna continue adventuring just because if I can maximize the amount of blood, so much the better. Ooh, it's definitely gonna be a tough crowd, but I think we can make it work. We can always run away if it gets too scary. Again, I'm just gonna do the table saw approach here and take the front row. This guy can put up with some abuse, I think. Okay, I need to start thinking about healing because of the blight that's getting piled on him. The lack of anti-venom is definitely a big contributor to some of the problems I was running into, but So problem here is that
If
this
only
guy
to
can...
bleed again.
Alright. So if the Supplicant attacked El Dolby, then that would have been enough to bring him to 0, and probably a death blow. I do want
so
deeds.
Clearly in view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
What do I give up for it? Citrine. And I can't get big stacks of gold. I think we'll abandon the big stacks of gold for now. Okay, so 1 food to keep him. Not really worth anything. That was kind of a waste. Now, you know what? I'm gonna say I don't need the bandages. So there could be something scary waiting for me on the other end of this. There is not. Okay, that was rough, but we didn't lose that much. Like, this is the thing. We brought a bunch of level 0 characters, which are very easily replaced, and what we got was a nice surplus of blood. So as long as nobody died in town, we're okay. Like, again, Seeker level 0, Seeker level 0. These things are the easiest thing for us to get back, so... Yeah, I would have felt a little bit bad if Pax...
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
I would have felt a little bit bad if Pax wound up dying on their first... Alright, Johnny big time drank a vial of the blood, their thirst is slake. Casual nothing drank a vial of the blood, and their thirst is slake. Ed Baver apparently did not. So the next question is, I would like to basically go back to the courtyard as soon as I can, but do I have a good frontliner? Ego. Ego will be my frontliner. That or possibly Scream Kiwi, but... I think Eldobi and Pax have earned their rest. Misses the spot? Well, this will hit the spot. Okay. So, we're going to make another ill-advised trip to the courtyard. What's going to happen is Ego's probably going to wind up with a... Actually, you know what? I should put a little thought into this. So, the Flagellant is a really strong character. Is there a better frontliner? Possibly Scream. I need to think through this a little bit. Nope, I think I'm going with the Flagellant. It's very healing heavy, which I'm not correct. Well, actually, I suppose there's a level of sustainability. Like, out of the people who can heal, it's like everyone but Casual Nothing can heal. So it's really the stress that's the bigger killer here right now. We're going to take a quick minute and go to, well, the blacksmith to make sure everybody's ready to go. Yeah, so. We'll also make sure everybody's skills are where they need to be. Reclaim. Yeah, I don't need to worry about those. Okay. It's probably going to be a little bit of a riskier run than I normally like. Let's make some magic happen. I also forgot, let's get some replacements in here. So we've got, if anybody would like to be a character, we've got an antiquarian right now.
Where others will not go,
and
sees what others will not see.
I think I'm going to hold off on hiring any of these other ones for now. The only reason for that is I am waiting for a Crusader and... What else did we lose? There's a Crusader and a... oh yeah, Shield Breaker. Okay, so again, we've got a pretty clear set of marching orders in the courtyard. This is also partly an excuse just to bring a lot of blood in. Is 4 enough? I think it will be. I'm obviously very optimistic about what I'm going to accomplish here, but do I want to deal? Yeah. Oh, this is so expensive. But I'm going for it. So our weakness is I'm not bringing laudanum, so stress might be the end of us. But I am... Now, you know what? Let's make this happen. Obviously, this is a pretty heavy investment on this courtyard run, but I'm feeling a little bit better about knowing how this stuff works. Okay, so first up, get rid of the wasting. And we'll pick up from where we left off. Let's find some things to kill. All right. I guess we will start with... You know what? Shovel it. Find treasure digging in the blood and soil. Okay. 12 crests is no small accomplishment. I mean, I've got a hell of a lot of crests, but I can always trade them for something else if I get really... You know what? I should have thought a little bit more carefully about what things I was bringing along. Well, this is interesting. Who do I want to hit first?
A devastating blow.
I think this is only, yeah, just the back row here, so...
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
This is mostly just to inflict the bleed. I didn't think I was going to accomplish much with that. This guy can do pre-digestion on us, but other than that, I'm not too scared of what they can do, so we'll just try and maintain some healing after we get rid of the Chevalier. I am using Judgment. I might have wanted to heal Johnny, but it's a little early for me to be doing those kinds of plays. Okay, nice. So ideally we'll get one more round out of this so we can heal up Johnny, but the rest of the time here is just going to be spent slapping around the Supplicant. Alright, that sucks that Johnny's got pre-digestion on him, but we can use the anti-venom. Of course, the one person I don't want to be working right now. If it's his turn, I'm going to be sad.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Okay.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Against my better judgment, I'm actually going to let this burn out, because in the end, Johnny gets kind of a free heal next round from Ed Baver. It's unfortunate that Ed Baver's not going to be able to do a judgment at the start, but I think a heal on Johnny will help me preserve a resource that'll allow me to keep the run going longer. Alright. I keep forgetting.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
I'm debating as to whether or not I actually want to keep using bandages on those, because I figure the probability of getting the bleed... Well, nah, because you still probably wind up with goods, so... Huh. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna go through this area before we go, but apparently there is a way behind the lock room. That or the lock room leads to another area. We spent a long time looking for a way through to that very area, and it turns out that apparently you can go around. We have not seen the courtesan before. Alright, so like we said we were gonna do... You know what? I'm sorry, Johnny. I'm taking advantage of the moment. I'll probably heal. The art on these things is absolutely incredible. 6 around, 7 of 8, so Grape Shot makes more sense.
Their formation
Okay,
is
never mind.
broken. Maintain the offensive.
Whew. Alright, have a good one, Pax. Yes, I will see you Monday, probably for more Stellaris, unless Imperator catches my eye. I like Imperator, but I know Stellaris is usually the choice. This will wind up hitting the man. So, oh, you know what? Nah, you know what? Screw it.
As the fiend falls,
Johnny could have done a heal there, but obviously we only have one character to worry about now. Alright.
trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
Certainly given me no shortage of stuff to explore. Sometime on my own, I'd love to sit down and figure out what my ideal courtyard party would be. Because really, I've done this largely out of necessity, except for Ego. Everybody's got the Crimson Curse. I think this is enough. No, it's not. So I think this one I'm going to do a Hound's Harry, and then I'll let... yeah, we're still doing Hound's Harry. So Hound's Harry's now going to end the Sycophant, and then we'll pistol shot one of the manservants. But yeah, so essentially it's almost pure chance that's led me to pick the kinds of parties that I have for this this level. Okay, I think... I think I'm going to make Ed Baver be the primary healer, and we're going to let everybody else focus on damage for now. Obviously, other people have their own healing abilities, but I do want to focus on putting out some serious damage over the next couple of rounds, because the Chevalier can do some... The Chevalier can do that.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
think we can just eat this. Aha! Only through rage will the passage open. So I don't like the idea of giving up the doggy. No, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna give up the gold. So my greed is going to drive me to check out this other room. But actually, while I'm at it, we brought a lot of food specifically to be able to do these kinds of heals. If I'm giving up loot because I'm sitting on like 3 stacks of food, obviously, okay, this guy doesn't get blood. It's possible that the Baron is behind the locked room, so what I think I'm going to do is I'll do the room battle with the Curio first. We'll get ourselves into as good of shape as we can to fight this. And if it turns out it's just another part of the... If it turns out that it's just another part of the level, okay, fair enough. If instead it turns out to be sort of our main objective, so much the better for us. And part of this too is that I want to try and get... So the best will be if I can get these guys in a bit of a frenzy for the fight, because they do tend to get buffs. But I obviously have a limited amount of blood to work with. Who's got my best bleed resist here? 85, 50, 60, 70, and he is currently wearing... Yeah, it's augmented. Alright, so I don't know if that's guaranteed or not. And yeah, you don't get the treasure in that case, so it does make more sense to use the bandage. This is the one character I'm not worried about taking damage, because I don't know if you know how this guy works, but he gets awesome when he's damaged. Okay, so again, room battle with the Curio after the hallway battle. I'm gonna try and use this as an excuse to heal up my guys. This case, Judgment makes the most sense, and we'll target... I actually don't know what the Courtesan does. Actually, maybe it makes sense to get rid of these two guys first, because the Courtesan I know is gonna heal. They have 18 strength. No, we'll take out the Corpse Eaters first. Well then, now we take advantage of the fact they've used their turn.
A dizzying blow to body and brain.
Okay, I want to try and balance this all out, but... Okay, they're done. Who do I heal? I want to keep Ego fresh for what might be a boss fight, so that's why I'm healing them.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
I can't quite afford the luxury of using Johnny for a heal. We'll do that next round, though. So if I can, everybody's going to take a bit of time to heal next round, and hopefully we won't have reinforcements. Jesus. This is a good one for the anti-venom. I'm just gonna wait until after the combat though, because he might tick it out. This might kill it. Okay, good. Oh wait, the bleed might... Okay, no. Why? Could be worse. What do I give
Be
up
wary.
for busts?
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I don't want to give up any of this for busts. I suppose the crests make the most sense, though. I do want to keep the dog treats, because if I have a big fight, they will be helpful. Oh, damn it! It's total 4 damage. I'm still giving it up. That was a pointless 2 damage to take, though.
A hideous mutation.
Oh no!
Abhorrent.
Oh my god, I hate this one so much. So when this thing submerges, it's just so... It's just a nightmare.
A decisive pummeling.
This is some pretty serious damage. I need to bandage up Johnny when I get the chance. Oof. This guy's amazingly resilient to bleed. In this case, we need to properly heal Johnny. I'm spending so much time reorganizing my party and it's accomplishing nothing. I should be moving him, but I need to get some damage done. Shit. Okay, so I didn't want to use bandages, but this is a priority now. Yikes. Nobody has a way of healing Ed Baver.
The walls close in. The shadows whisper of conspiracy.
I'm not doing this fight right.
The sin is not in being outmatched, but in failing to recognize it.
I should have run faster, but this was the right call.
A moment of clarity in the eye of the storm.
Okay. This is not something that we can't recover from, but it is gonna make life difficult. So we're actually gonna head back. This is gonna be brutal on my my sanity. What I want to do is deal with whatever's behind that door first, and then we can go back to the crocodile.
handsome reward for a task well performed.
What do I want to trade for the ruby? I'm willing to give up 1 bandage for that. I still want to keep the dog treats. Okay, that's a nice little bit of extra healing. Oh boy, so I created the worst possible situation. So now we're gonna have the we're gonna have the weakened party with higher stress going after now the full health crocodile. Oh well, at least we have Bloodlust. Okay, let's see if I can. Yeah, they're still full. All right. Hey, Ruthless Pigeons, good to see you again. Okay, so Judgment's pretty much the obvious move for Ed Baber here. This is not as dire as it seems. Let's start this off right with Doggy Treat. And again, the key on this one I think is going to be bleeding him out, but it's just such an ugly, ugly boss to fight. Well, that's unfortunate. He moved in exactly the spot where he was not helpful. I'm wondering if there's some way that I can interrupt its patterns. Because it definitely sort of dictates the pace of the combat, which I feel is really hurting me on this. And I don't really have a good answer in terms, like, so Submerge, for instance. If there's a way for me to, like, eliminate the Submerge buff.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
This is the time we want to just hit him with everything we've possibly got. Nice. How much bleed are we doing per round? Only 8 for one. Okay, we got very lucky on those dodges, but we'll take advantage of it. The question is, do I Divine Grace it, or do I do the damage with Judgment? I think every bit helps at this point. Especially if I got a crit, I would have looked like a genius in that. So again, just try and do as much bleed as we can for the extra damage. Okay. It's a bit scary, especially now that I've gotten rid of my bandages, but we'll make this work. Alright. Now I should be scared. Normally I would move them back, but Divine Comfort's going to be what keeps Ed Baver from dying, so if Ego Akaran takes enough damage, they can help out here. That's very unfortunate.
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
Yeah.
More dust, more ashes, more disappointment.
I'm sure there's something that could have been done to prevent that, but... I keep forgetting it heals when it does that. That is... Submerge is the worst ability ever. Oh my god!
And now, the true test. Hold fast, or expire. This is no
What?
for the weak or the foolhardy.
I'm sorry, Johnny.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
God, this is gonna be so tricky now to figure out how to store everything. I think we'll leave the bleed stone. Oh, Christ. Okay. I don't see any other choice. So we'll see what progress we can make. In reality, I'm basically going to run away from any fight that even seems like it'll be momentarily difficult. But if I can make as much progress as I can, this is almost certainly the way to the boss. I do need portraits and I do need deeds. The question is, how much more do I need them than something like money? We'll leave him. I feel bad about it, but I'm leaving him. So the really interesting question is now, I don't think we can take this on.
This skirmish may be lost, but the battle may yet be won. You will endure this loss and learn from it.
So I mean, all told, assuming that this is going to take us to the Baron, that's a big loss to lose the party members that I did. But the other thing is that I only have one person with the Crimson Curse now.
Women and men, soldiers and outlaws, fools and corpses.
Word of our predicament
All will find their way to us now that the road is clear.
has spread, and a new crop of aspiring corpses step up from the stagecoach. Okay. So first things first, let's deal with the problems here. So we'll not take part in prayer. Other than that, okay, ego. Figure there's only one thing they do. So we gotta put casual nothing in a building other than the usual. So let's get them drunk. Okay, now we gotta start getting some replacements. So definitely need a Vestal. If anybody wants to be a Vestal, let me know. We've got... I wonder if the... Okay, so 24002... like this one slightly more.
A sister of battle, pious and unrelenting.
No, you're still around, tall man alive. I haven't used you that much in the missions just because we've needed like really low level people or really high level people. God, this is a little tough. So we've got 2 highwaymen. It's like we have all the recruits that I don't really want. I suppose we can always use another Vestal.
A sister of battle, pious and unrelenting.
Let's go for a Jester.
He will be laughing still at the end.
Okay, I still don't think we have enough to do upgrades to the guild or the blacksmith. So I suppose I'm gonna try and train up some of my new crew, and then get ready to take this this level 1 creature on. So let's go by level. I still don't think we have a lot of good, like, frontliners for this. I don't really want to level up El Dolby because they're gonna... Well, no, actually I can level them up because they'll be... It'll help with the money situation, that's for sure. Okay, yeah, I think we can work with this. It's probably a little too cautious, but I think I can live with that. I also don't remember using this much blood, but I suppose that's true. And again, I've got 3 blood for one person carrying the curse. Now, with that in mind, I still want to probably start working on getting some of these level 3s up to a higher level so we can go back to the courtyard. But let's deal with one thing at a time. I think I need to get some people leveled up. Sorry, I completely forgot about the...
To prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid homes.
I didn't really do anything in terms of their skills, just because right now, if I don't put any if I put 0 investment in them, I'm not going to feel bad if I lose them. So... This is going to be a... It's definitely going to be a character building one for this crew, that's for sure. So I have a lack of bleed. Oh, that's right, we got some people who can... Damn it. We've got some people who, so one I don't have the bleed, but then I've got... Yeah, so actually the Crusader Bounty Hunter is a better combo than I remember. Oh my god, this is the worst possible skill set I could have here. Anyways, I need to remember to heal up the people with disease in town. We've got 2 now. We've got 3 now. Nice. This will finish him off. Oh, no, it won't. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. These guys are gonna go mad in the first fight.
The horror.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
So I have a lot of really good options for this guy. The fact that he's lived so long, I'm just gonna let the the disease do its thing. At this point, I'm just gonna judgment my way back to health.
Can be healed, but never hidden.
Isaacson, did you see what happened to Johnny?
Unforeseen, unforgiving.
He is very much not okay.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
I had a plan for preserving him, and then one of his teammates just turned around and slapped him in the face. So I believe you are one of the few original characters who's left alive. I'm gonna use the chance to heal.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
Alright. Holy crap.
As victories mount,
It's not a bad haul.
so too will resistance.
We definitely worked for it, but... Okay, let's think a little bit about what the plan's going to be for... So it's an explore 90% of rooms, so I'm thinking we do something along the lines of out and around like this. Ideally avoiding as many... Actually, you know what? I should probably try as many curios as I can as well. How much do I want to have the Crimson Curse become a factor for this party? There's not really a benefit to me using, or to me messing with that. So it'd be cool to get the curios here. I think I kind of want to prioritize maximizing the room. This can't be good. Okay. But yeah, I am kind of spoiling for a fight here. Okay, well, turns out I get a fight here too. And knowing that there's a hallway battle, so what I'll do instead is I'll take the long way around. It's your own damn fault.
Mind that such missteps are the exception, and not the rule.
I gotta work out my priorities. Nice. I'm just trying to find who's weak to blight. think I want to use Judgment. There's an argument to heal the Bounty Hunter, but I think I can get by one more turn. Unless I get stunned. This is going to be a bit of a problem. I think we can still make it, though. Damn it!
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Okay, turnabout's fair play, I suppose.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Okay, healing on the Bounty Hunter first, I think, because there's fortifying vapors that the Antiquarian can use. Unfortunately, there's no mark anymore. I think we'll just do a good old axe to the face at this point. If that was Mark, that would have been game over for him, but...
Soothed. Sedated.
So, the one bit of good news is this guy is a heavy damage dealer, so the fact that they're wasting all of their moves on stunning my Vestal...
Destroy them all.
It's not my favorite thing in the world, but it's not the worst thing that could happen either. So obviously they're going to have some time.
Royalty finally claim their due.
They're going to have some time on their own, but I can also camp. Jesus, okay.
Mortality clarified in a single
This guy's in some serious danger. Oh, I didn't want that to happen. Okay, well. Get over here!
Grievous injury. Palpable fear.
The real question is whether or not I want to heal. Okay, well, I don't get to choose whether or not I heal.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Yikes. That could kill my Antiquarian. Thing is that, like, an Antiquarian is not really the sort of thing you want to... You don't really want to, like, pass up opportunities to save him, I hate to say. Okay, this guy's going to be a pain to try and reach. Never mind. So if there's a way that I can stun lock him to some healing, I'll take the opportunity, but... Shh, that's... bad. Oh, that's right, I don't have Divine Favor, I only have Grace. Okay. Damage dealers first, Antiquarian second. That's not so bad. Yeah, this is definitely a very green party.
This momentum. Push on to the task's end.
I brought shovels, right? Why would I have brought shovels? That just makes too much sense. Okay, so I'm gonna double back. So one through here, then up. Again, the aim is to just explore the rooms. I don't need to get fancy about it. If I can get more loot, so much the better. There's actually potentially an argument to ignoring this room altogether. Let me think a little bit. So we've got... Yeah, let's see what fate brings us.
Another one falls.
Executed with impunity.
I think it's like the first time I've had these things get 2 attacks in a row. Alright. More fights like that will be fine.
Foolish horrors. Brought low and driven into the mud.
So I know I can't go up this way. We're gonna have to do two hallway battles. Three hallway battles. Problem here is I don't have a lot of area of effect damage, so I know I'm gonna take some damage on all this.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands. Begone, fiend.
I will do minor healing when I can onto the Vestal. Judgment obviously will allow the Vestal to heal themselves, but clearly Judgment is not doing enough to you know, make them recover from their new tank status.
Back to the pit. Self-preservation is paramount, at any cost.
Well,
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
we won't be poor by the end of this. I think I am going to go for the room battle with the Curio. I might run from the battle if the Curio isn't worth it, but... Now, this normally shouldn't be hard, but this group is really not equipped for handling, like, any fights. So I'm gonna try Festering Vapors on this guy, on the odd chance it turns out. Yeah, well, never mind. Apparently the AI is gonna play the game for me. Oh, God. What can I do to get the
Success so clearly in
Jade?
view. Or is it merely a trick of the light?
And okay here. Obviously want to prep for the fight coming up, but
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted.
if I am in need of more
Purpose is
inventory
made
space, I
clear.
can actually start putting some of this gear on my characters, but some of these, like, I definitely do not want to have lower move resist on my characters. I don't have any lepers, so this one's not going to work out. Like, these are not exactly the kinds of... actually, the one thing I could do is put the Blade Amulet on the Antiquarian. Most of these are not abilities that I actually want these guys to have.
Madness. Sublimity of the intelligence. Or so it has been said.
No. This is not worth it.
A wise general cuts losses and regroups.
Ooh, we got a heart attack coming up soon. But we're also done the dungeon pretty quickly. Thing is just that's gonna be a big, long, drawn-out fight, and I know that at least 2 of the other rooms are... Okay, well, this isn't exactly gonna be a walk in the park either. I don't have bleed. Okay, so the trick on this one is going to be to get some stuns on this guy. We'll start by yanking our... Actually, Festering Vapors will be helpful here. I gotta be a little more careful about how I arrange these. So yeah, if he's moving for... The thing is that the Bounty Hunter, it really feels like is better to go... Like, I really gotta think about finding out some ways of reducing this guy's speed. Because whenever he uses one of his special abilities, he's like, the only thing I could think of is if the Crusader gets a stun off on a character who doesn't have a yellow bar, then I can use Finish Him. Other than that, he actually winds up being a lot less effective than he seems. Anyways, I think we're just gonna punch this guy in the face as much as we can and do our best. It'd be wonderful if I actually get this character. Ah, man, the level of stress they've got is concerning. We definitely need to... We need to get this fight done and fast. Oh, heart attack.
Teetering on the brink, facing the abyss.
That's almost certainly a dead Vestal. I gotta press forward, even if it means that people die.
Injury and despondence.
So, Fortifying
Set
Vapors on the
stage for
Bounty Hunter because they're a damage dealer.
or cowardice. Perched at the very precipice of oblivion.
Oh man, they're gonna get a heart attack again.
Precision and power.
Another life wasted in the pursuit of glory and gold. More blood soaks the soil, feeding the evil.
Are we actually gonna lose and explore 90% of rooms?
And becoming unwound.
Holy crap!
prodigious size alone does not dissuade the sharpened blade.
The wounds of war can be healed.
I'm going through with this to the
Never
end.
hidden.
Masterfully executed.
Again, the thing to keep in mind about this point, and this is, I think, the difference. I was talking with somebody about this game, and they were talking about how they felt that the loss of characters was a loss of progress. As long as I have one person who survives, this is a good run because I make a ridiculous amount of money, and all that I have paid are heroes that I got for free. Okay, so this guy might die.
And now the true test. Hold fast or expire.
The right call here is a battle heal. Oh, no, it wasn't. I'm always going to be playing catch up on this. There's a really specific reason. Yeah.
Survival is a tenuous proposition.
I played that wrong. An attack would have been the smarter one because I could have eaten to
Wounds
heal.
to be tended. Lessons to be learned.
So if somebody had survived that,
The degeneracy of the hamlet is nothing, I fear, when compared to the condition of surrounding acres.
Shrieker's stolen 2 trinkets from downed party members. You will have no one. You will have to reclaim them when he reveals himself in the Weald. So basically, the trick here is this: it cost me nothing to bring those characters. Actually, I did lose one. I did really want to keep that Crusader. Now that I think of it, so that's a shame. But obviously, we get a new Vestal. We'll bring the
Sister
Hellion
of
in.
battle, pious and unrelenting.
But yeah, if I had not party wiped, I would have had a ton of money at the end of it to show for that effort, and it basically would have been like, yeah, that's an absolutely fantastic way to finish the round. Now in this case, oh, do I not have anybody with disease anymore? Interesting. Okay, so let's think a little bit. I do feel like I need to bring my party up still. So either 100% of room battles or... Yeah, so Ren... And... Sure, we'll bring Cecilia. And I think this might be the last one at the end of the day. So, like, out of all of the battles that we've had, this is, like, the first one... or out of all the, like, dungeons that we've done, that was the first one where I consider that like an objective loss. Like that was, I lost money on that one where I could have actually gotten a lot of money. Everything else it is an unfortunate setback that we lose a couple of level 4 people.
Corruption has soaked the soil,
We're also
sapping all good life from
so
these
much
roads.
closer to being able to
Let
take
us
out
burn
the...
out this evil.
Okay, so this is... Oh, this is the worst possible layout. Because I only have one shovel. Alright. We have to complete 100% of room battles, so unless this is the only room battle, I need 2 shovels to get through this.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Okay, well obviously I'm not using the shovel for this.
Nature herself, a victim to the spreading corruption, malformed with misintent.
So the real problem here is what's going to happen to me when... Okay, these guys... Nobody can mark me, I don't think. We're going to get a ton of stress out of this, but... I can work with that. I really need to start paying attention to what skills these guys have, because the problem I have here is that I don't have an offensive skill for the Vestal. However, I can restore the lantern with this stuff.
Annihilated.
Iron Swan is a beautiful skill.
The fiend falls.
Okay, these are relatively harmless. They're gonna take a while because they've got a high prot, but I'll at least be able to build up my torch on this fight. And at this point, Slice Off makes more sense. Hey, Ed Baver. It's been some mixed run. We started off with a really good one. We lost a few people in order to make progress, which I was actually reasonably okay with. We had sort of our first unambiguously bad run. I made a bad decision at the very end, which proved fatal. But that's how the game works.
This is how a life is taken.
Alright, he can't reach anyone. Well, Battle Ballad. Let's just make everybody feel good about it.
And improvement.
So I don't think there's anything I can do about this altar, but I'm going to experiment with the medicinal herbs. Hey, blood.
As victory is found, so too will resistance.
Wow, okay, I wasn't expecting that. No effect. Oh, that's right, because I already know. Well, let's see what a torch does. No effect. Alright, well, obviously I overpaid on food, but that's life.
Driving out corruption is an
I forgot
endless
to,
battle, but one that must be fought.
I think I forgot to put this in the proper size. Sorry about that. Okay, so obviously that's not the last dungeon of the evening.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Gazing deep into the shimmering colors of the comet fractures can bring a sense of peace. Casual Nothing's craving still. Do I really want to bring level 3 people on the veteran? People who've died: Brond, Reynold, Jamie, Valken, Captain Zerga, Gan, Danvers, Johnny Big Time, Ed Baver, L. Dolby, Kangares Vesti, and Kaylee. So yes, unfortunately, Ed Baver, you met your end was you're eaten by a crocodilian. Okay. How confident am I? Yeah, I still prefer this idea of... I still prefer the idea of, like, building up my roster before we go after the Baron. Nah, you know what? I'm bringing the A team. Gonna bring Tal. So I normally want to bring Sin for the ranged daggers, but I actually think Blight. I don't know how that works here, and I feel like that would be potentially helpful. Oh, thanks, Bentpin. Yeah. So the problem here is whenever it switches between the Hamlet and the main game, I need to do a screenshot to restore it for some reason. I'm going to be doing at least one more. I might just wind up losing a good batch of people, but wait, did I not? Yeah. And if I haver on decisions, I wind up not thinking carefully about what's going on. So, again, I'm not 100% sure how Blight works with the members of the Crimson Court. This is definitely a lower level group than I would necessarily want to go after a boss. But I'm somewhat confident in this group's ability to get stuff done, so I'm only going to bring 2 stacks of 12 this time. I will bring 3 shovels just in case. This might be a little short on blood, but no, it's definitely not intentional. It's just the way the game seems to have been working. I'm genuinely unsure what causes it, but I'm gonna let the craving sit for now, and we're gonna trigger it right before the battle. So one thing I want to keep an eye on is Blight resistance, because that'll obviously make the difference for Tall Man Alive's abilities here. Okay, so casual, nothing. Get some bonuses. Okay, so this is going to be a tough fight, but I think we can get through it. Okay, they are pretty resistant to Blight. Bleed is the better thing for me to work with. I'll know for next time.
Destroyed.
And we'll rain Bleed down on the back row here. Big Daddy, I think it's Big Daddy Score. Thank you very much for that follow. Oh, also, it looks like an individual named Thar just recently followed as well, so apologies for not noticing that before. I don't know if there was a follow notification or if I just wasn't paying attention. Okay, so big question now is, do I want to keep raining blood down, or... So we're doing 10 damage around with Blight. Yeah, I mean, that could be enough. If I can get 4 more damage on these things per round, they only have 1 more turn of existence, so... Okay. So this guy's done. Yep, they're both done. Okay, so...
A death by inches.
So now I want to focus on what kind of healing I can do. Oh, that might be a moot point.
This is how a life is taken.
We'll see what we can get away with. Wait, this is not enough. Crap. I was trying to delay so that Sharp could patch up. Hey, we got blood for it too. Okay, so if this is the boss fight like I kind of suspect it is...
Curious is the trap maker's art. His
I'm going to be
efficacy
curious to see if
unwitnessed
this
by his
team can
own
handle
eyes.
it, but... Okay, Bleed makes more sense on the high prot. It's kind of dumb to distribute the damage this way, but... who's got a weaker blight resistance? I mean, it's a pretty tough shot. Okay, it's clearly enough. I really hope this works. Damn it!
Surges as the enemy crumbles.
I should have thought that through. Even healing would have been a better decision than what happened there.
As the fiend falls, a faint
I'm
hope
tempted to eat a
blossoms.
little bit before we go into this next room, but we'll see how it goes. I don't want to give up blood. That's kind of a precious resource right now. Okay. Huh. Not what I thought it was going to be.
Impressive.
Again, we're going to just try and do that same strategy that worked for us last time of dumping Blight and Bleed in the back row. I should be bringing my
Press this advantage.
I should be bringing
Give them
my
no quarter.
Plague Doctor on a little bit more. The one thing I need to be a little more careful about is, like, obviously this does a ridiculous amount of damage, but I am inviting them to do more healing and potentially spread the curse. So they're done for.
Decimated.
I need to think about how I handle the Chevalier, but I'm thinking probably grenades and... Okay, so he's taking 9... I have 2 characters that can... you know what, nobody really needs healing though, so yeah, we're gonna bomb him. Okay, I got lucky there. How badly do I want to end this? Let's get a quick heal in. So everybody should basically be up to full health.
Great is the
Oh,
weapon that
I'm a
cuts
little off
its
on my
own.
Phalogen. I pushed the wrong button.
The slow death. Unforeseen. Unforgiving.
Oh, that's so mean of the game. All right, well, let's see what we get. I mean, I definitely did not prepare for something like this. So we're definitely under provisioned. But we'll see what we can make of it.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
I can work with this.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
I definitely did not need to bring the bandages that I've got. Okay, so this is going to be a problem because they're not really good at close range. I don't think there's much I can do for healing on that. I feel like the Witch Doctor's a lot stronger than I remember it. At least we're getting some decent
Seize
blood.
this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
Yeah, I probably can't afford to be using shovels to dig up pots anymore. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of blockages to work with. I don't want to give up. Well, let's see what happens when we throw the holy water in. Alright, I guess we're gonna really find out what the courtesans do. So my idea here is that my plague grenades do some pretty heavy damage in the back. Nice. Again, I've been very lucky that the only person who's really been at risk of getting the Crimson Curse is somebody who's already, it's somebody who's already, got it. I really shouldn't be banking on that, but... Okay, this guy is almost done. What about her? She's 5, so...
A decisive pummeling.
That is a pity. I should have just tried to kill him.
Gnawing
Yee, this is gonna pay.
the birthplace of dread.
Alright, this was not done well. I'm gonna suffer some stress for it, and I think I'm gonna get a little healing in. Yeah, and then the healing damage. Well, I mean, it's cool that I got some items,
But a victory nonetheless.
I think at this point, let's I think it's just cures stress. So I think earlier I misinterpreted the purpose of the torches. It basically helps you reduce the stress, which will give you a little bit more sustain inside of this place. I'm okay for heals. It could be better. But obviously the thing we're looking at right now is to try to find the big bad guy. Alright, we'll see if we can use this as an opportunity to heal, but there's going to be a lot of blight that comes out of the grave nibblers. Oh yeah, and disease. That's always fun. Do I want... Yeah, you know what? Screw it. Oh. Yeah, fine. Okay, again, I got quite lucky on that one. So let's think about... So the advantage I have, she's done. This guy's weak. This guy's at full health. So I should be using this as an opportunity to try and heal up some of my party. Okay, he'll be done next. Oh, no he won't because he doesn't have bleed. I'm still going to use the opportunities to heal where I can. This may mean that some people wind up with disease. Okay. So I'm confident enough in things right now that I'm going to use this as a healing round. That actually turned out really well for me. No it didn't. Okay.
Triumphant pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
I normally wouldn't want to get rid of torches in this case. Definitely the Book of Rage is not the sort of thing I want to be equipping right now. So... in the absence of any other thing to give up. Again, burning this stuff down seems to make the most sense.
Measure, awarded to the brave and the fool
And I suppose I just eat the food as I get it. There's really no better alternative I have right now. Not my favorite lineup to go against, but let's see what I can make happen with this. I think taking out the back row will be the most advantageous to me. It invites them to try and heal up again, but I don't think I'm going to find any solutions to that. Grape shot. How likely is that to take out that guy? Not very, so... Damn it! I probably could have just open veined. So that definitely protects these guys from my back row attacks. The Midnight Minuet is a really interesting ability that they added, because it's really one that actually wreaks havoc on your on like the ideal compositions. I don't normally like distributing out the damage like this, but this is one of the rare cases this is a good idea. So this character's got enough to die, not quite enough. He's dead. So in this case, a Grape Shot Blast. No, you know what? Grape Shot Blast doesn't make any sense.
Precision and power.
And then I want to double check this. So this is going to be 9 on a 6, 14 on an 18, 5. Okay, so obvious choice. But yeah, so like you have these ideal party compositions in terms of distributing the damage exactly the way that you want it, and Midnight Minuet just completely alters that strategy. It's really neat to...
creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
It's really neat to see something like that sort of throw you for a loop. I am seriously considering getting rid of these bandages in favor of the deeds, because I really do need deeds. And I have a plague doctor to help me out with my bleeding. The other argument would be to get rid of the crests because I have such a surplus of them, but I don't actually think that's a very good argument. Because until I have a maxed out Hamlet, I'm always going to need more goods. So yeah, in this case I'm going to get rid of the bandages. As much as that makes me sad, and we will chow down. Alright, where are we? Okay, nowhere else to go, so we will head back. This is really neat to see such a sprawling environment like this. Obviously, losing the, you know, getting the stress hit for not killing the Baron each time is a little bit of a drag, but it's a neat level. I've really never seen anything like this. I kind of regret not playing the Crimson Court for as long as I did. I got a friend, so it's kind of neat to be taught. We talked about this when we started playing. There's a coworker who would not really define themselves as a gamer, but certainly does play stuff. They have a Mac, so obviously they don't play a lot of the latest things. But I was talking with them about the Darkest Dungeon, and they were intrigued. And then I actually brought it in to show them, and again, they were intrigued. And then they started checking it out on YouTube. So number one, I kind of got to see how, you know, again, I hate this term, but influencer marketing actually works in sort of a live fire exercise. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what I thought was going to happen. But it's really neat to sort of see them engage that way, because I, in the back of my head, sort of know that that is how games get bought today. But to actually see somebody make a buying decision through that is always really, I don't know, I always find it rewarding, to be completely honest. And then of course, the other thing that was surprising is the way that they talked about, like, they like weren't gonna wait for it to go on sale. They were like, you know, they're sort of the opinion is like, well, you know, why would I? Oh, might get another person with a Crimson Curse. Nope. Okay, decision time. Do I want a pistol shot on one of these guys in the back, or do I just tip them over the edge? I think I'm going to tip these courtesans over the edge. It might have been an idea to do a grape shot now that I think about it, but... And I didn't think that through. I should have open veined the front one and then used sharp for the back, but yeah, so they've really enjoyed it. They've also started playing Cultist Simulator, but that was more my influence. And yeah, it's been really interesting to see someone not like their view was like, compared to any other entertainment that they're going to be engaging with, they didn't really find full price Darkest Dungeon to be that big of an ask compared to like going to a movie or something like that, especially when they consider the amount of time they're going to spend playing the game. That was a really refreshing view, because obviously that's not the way that fans of games think about them. Fans of games almost think about the buying of a game to be a game itself, and they're, you know, they're sort of in competition with the developer to see how good of a deal that they can get. But of course, it's resulted in this kind of devaluation of this thing we all really enjoy, which is sometimes a bit of a shame. But yeah, anyways, obviously, now that I know it's on sale, I did let him know that the Ancestors Edition is up, and he can pick up the Crimson Court and other
mount, so too will resistance.
Other sources of excitement for a handsome price. Excuse me. Okay. This is not going too terribly, all told. I think it's very unlikely that we're going to find the Baron, or that we're going to be any condition to fight the Baron when we find them. But we'll at least get the most that we can out of
Cruel machinations spring to life.
Out of these encounters.
Purpose.
This Blight does ridiculous damage. Was not smart. I need to put more attention on the front row because I've got Sharp in the group. The Musketeer's really not that helpful in the front row. Yikes! That's gonna be another thirst. the one person I don't want to have active right now. It just nice to be. It would nice to be able to have a healer go at the end like that, just to get the quick recovery. Okay, Onyx is not bad, but I do have like the Sapphire and the Ruby. Even switching out the Emeralds is a pretty bold assertion that I'm going to be around long enough to collect more Onyx. So, I'm gonna go full greed and pick up. I'm gonna dump the antidote, and so obviously, Jesus. No, I gotta bring the gold. I just don't think it's that credible. Like if I max out the gold, I need to find 4 of these for me to make that worthwhile, and I just don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, maybe for the emerald, but. And it's tempting to give this guy blood, but I just can't afford it right now, so. Sadly, this is one thing about the game. I know there's always a wiki. I try to avoid wikis as much as I can. The one thing that I'm not good at with Darkest Dungeon is I just simply do not have... Actually, honestly, it's probably because I play it infrequently, but I just do not have the temperament to be able to remember all of the combinations and what happens. So... I really don't want to give up the blood for that, so... Hey! That paid off. Shifting mist, menacing mist rise eerily from the marsh, eager to confuse hapless travelers.
Without tools of iron, you must
What?
rely on flesh.
Oh, crap.
An indefatigable purpose.
I meant to use that torch. I didn't mean to just go through it on its own. Where am I? So finding more cocoons would be nice. Ooh, this is gonna be a little ugly. I don't see the trap. There it is. Is it the Witch Doctor that's the best of the traps? No, it has to be the Highwayman. Alright, that's not something really to complain about.
Another one falls.
That's a bit of a shame that happened because obviously the front row is the one the Musketeer can't handle.
Back to the pit.
So it'd be nice if I had opportunities to heal, but I'm not going to complain too much about that. Alright, so this is going to be a little bit of a waste of time. I'm more so worried about losing the blood frenzy and the possibility of needing to eat again. The thing I'm a little more mad about is that I really did not need to keep that torch. Like, it's out of anything that I could have lost... out of anything I could have lost, a torch would have been the most welcome. But it's just one of these things. This game is really well thought out. The one thing on the UI that doesn't quite make sense to me is when it automatically populates a piece of gear, I assume that it's basically ready to go, and so clicking the hand will use it. Whereas the intention is that you click on the thing that you want to do. And the game absolutely gives you the information to know. It's just one of these things where my natural reaction sometimes takes over, and I act more so on instinct, and so I wind up making mistakes like that. But that also might just be a me thing. So in this case, Tall Man Alive's got the highest stress. This is going to be interesting. I'm trying to think of the best way to handle this. So let's bleed out the Corpse Eater, and we'll blight out the Courtesan as best as we can, at least. Okay, so Plague Grenade, 5 for 3 rounds. They both have the same accuracy. This one is a slightly lower damage modifier, so... but I can't do it on that row, that's why. So yeah, the idea here is to bleed the Corpse Eater and then to do traditional damage to the Courtesan. Of course, now everybody's just going to pile on the Corpse Eater.
Injury. Palpable.
If I get a chance to heal up some of my guys, I'll take it. No time like the present to start. I probably shouldn't be doing this to the Flagellant, though, because that's the one character that does better when they're damaged. Alright, well, this guy signed himself up for a world of hurt. I didn't really get the healing that I wanted out of that. I'm okay not bringing along the Citrine. So let's see what horrors await us in the next room. That shovel is very welcome. So yeah, it turns out the way that this is set up is it gives you a lot of resources available to... Wait, did I really not go into that? Oh, that's right, because it was locked. I could have tried the shovel to open it, I suppose. Yeah, so it looks like the way that this is set up is once you understand how like the interaction of the torches works, you should actually be able to last... I don't know if you'd be able to like one-shot this the very first time, but it seems like you have enough opportunities for sustain inside here with like torches and that. And this is a really interesting, like the more I think about this, this is a really interesting choice for this game, where essentially what they've done is they've taken the stuff that you would normally bring up. So like if you think of this as an expansion for the game, the stuff you would normally bring on a on an expedition, all of that is still relevant, but it has a totally different purpose. So again, the light doesn't go down, but you do want to bring torches because they'll help you recover sanity, and they'll also give you access to more shovels. Like obviously the one thing you can't do as a one-shot is you can't fill your backpack full of everything that you need at the very beginning. But it's a lot more about trying to pick up. It's like, okay, so if I bring enough torches, I'm going to be able to burn enough stuff down that we'll be able to find more gear, and that'll allow us to kind of get through another wing of the courtyard and such. I am really curious how you know that you're at the end. I suspect you're not supposed to know that you're at the end, but... This guy's getting no luck with disease. Alright, that's unfortunate it was surprised, but...
Exposed to a killing blow.
So now I get to Cure Blight. Maybe I don't. That's gotta be a self-heal. This does give him an opportunity to potentially spread Blight more, but I'm willing to take that chance just to... he's gonna be starting with a penalty. This is because I'm reasonably confident in my Highwayman's ability to end this thing. So he's going to have the reduction to the healing skills, which isn't great, but I think that was the right call. These guys are going to be a pain in the ass. I'm going to be very surprised if everybody walks out of here without the curse. Yeah. Oh, nice work.
A moment of valor shines brightest against the backdrop of despair.
Festering fear consumes the mind.
I probably should have tried the bleed on the courtesan, but that's what this guy's for. So 8 damage, she'll be done.
Wherefore, heroism.
Okay, I gotta think a bit about this. So 4, again, we got plenty there. Okay, so I got some healers here now. But you know what? I think it makes more sense for me to do this doubling up heal again. I can't complain too much about how that turned out, but I'm gonna take the chance that no. I'll heal a Highwayman. I wanted to take the chance I could take out the front row, but I don't think it's worth it. I miscalculated the bleed on these guys, apparently. Hopefully we'll be able to get a couple of more rounds to cure everybody. Yeah, well, so much for that.
Success so clearly in view.
The key is...
Or is it merely a trick of the light?
The key is tempting because I'm not so far away from that door that I couldn't try it again. The question is, what do I give up in order to obtain that key? Like, do I... The idea here is that door, like, worth the 4 emeralds that I would be dropping in order to get it, because like that's really what I'm going to be giving up. I definitely don't think it's 12 crests worth. God, that's a tough call. I'm not doing it. So... I suppose the reasonable question now is, who do I want to try? I think I'll try and get the people who are not already affected by the negative status effect. I'm going to try and calm them down first and then help out Ego. If Ego gets near a heart attack, that changes, but I absolutely should have known that was there. It was on the map.
In this place.
I was like, if this takes me back to that door, I'm going to feel very sad that I didn't pick up the key. Alright. Again, similar idea with the torches. That paid off for sure. God damn it. I really do need paintings. I also really need money, though. So we are... You know, we used to be okay with health. We're going to be going into a less than ideal... well, I guess it depends what we're up against. This will be a challenge, but not an insurmountable one. Okay, now I'm feeling less confident. I really don't want these guys to be my priority for attacks, but let's take out what's already weak. I'm gonna wind up doubling up the damage onto him, which I'm not happy about, but it is gonna inflict basically 10 on the back row. Well, 10 on the quote-unquote back row, which is also going to translate to this manservant. Okay, I'm actually okay with that. The aim was to... Okay, I think I just earned myself some recovery with Ego. Jesus Christ!
Set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
If Ego can't take his turn properly, that's going to be a big problem. Feels like this is getting diminishing returns. I didn't think it worked that way. If I need to get rid of the corpse, obviously I have the disorienting blasts, but I've never actually found... I know the corpses were this ridiculously controversial element that they added to the game. And I've never actually found... Okay, they've been inconvenient, and they have been an inconvenience at certain points in the game, but not to this, like, almost hyperbolic level of anger that it seemed to inspire. Maybe it's a party composition thing, I don't know. This guy's going to be doing some very heavy damage while we heal up the team. But the thing is, this guy does get like a healing ability every time he falls to a certain level. hate that I'm doing this, but I am. So he's getting 7 damage, he's got 15. I think I am going to Noxious Blast it and just pray to God that I'm able to do a heal. Cool. So his heal's going to be diminished because he's still affected by the penalty. But I don't care because it means another member of the party gets a good heal.
Dizzying blow to body and brain.
So that's like an all-hands-on-deck heal. Well, he's alive. I've maxed out my shovels. That's...
And driven into the mud.
That is unexpected. Okay. Well, we'll press on. I have no idea. Again, the problem here is I never know what's behind each door. Okay, so... Again, if I needed a key for that door, we'll know for next time and we'll put it in the pack. For now, I think we're just going to try and explore as much as we can. I think you guys probably got more than you bargained for. Obviously, the last match was really, really short, and then I apparently decided that the courtyard was a good idea right before I was going to finish the stream, so this is going to be like an hour longer than I'd planned. But that's fine. Obviously... Obviously this is probably going to put me on the back foot in terms of getting the stuff that I want done tomorrow, but it doesn't hurt, especially if I have a later start. It doesn't hurt to have a bit of a longer stream as an apology. Plus, Darkest Dungeon is a lot of fun. The funny thing about Darkest Dungeon is I seem to resist playing it on stream. Like, whenever it's the option, I always look for the alternative. And it's not that I don't like it, it's that I'm scared that it's going to be that one time when it doesn't turn out well. And every single time I have felt that, it's actually wound up being something that I play over time and it goes really well. So, alright, so same story why I'm letting him burn it down. He doesn't have an affliction yet. Ego's already sort of too far gone to worry about. I'll worry about heart attacks, but beyond that, I think I'm just going to let him continue to go a bit batty. It's debatable as to whether or not I want to kind of continue on this way, but because I don't know if just sort of moving to the right brings you closer to the boss. But I figure it probably doesn't hurt to go exploring rooms. Of course, then I find another Crocodilian, and then I say goodbye to all my favorite characters, but that's another matter. Okay, so obviously I have enough shovels to... Oh, that's so sad. That's 4 portraits I'm saying goodbye to. Do I want to do that? I really feel bad about doing that, but... Now that I've got 2 party members with the Crimson Curse, I really can't afford... Well, the other thing is I've got a full backpack, and I know I usually get trinkets, so... Oh, why? This guy's probably pretty good against... Oh no, he's weak to Blight. Alright, well, that solves that. This guy is gonna just demolish whatever sanity I had left. I I think what I'm going to try and do is heal up the Plague Doctor where I can. I think Highwayman's going to be able to take out the last maggot, and then just everybody focuses down the ghoul, which we're obviously not going to be able to take out in one turn. The problem with that is, of course, that Sharp is not going to have too many effective tools at dealing with the ghoul because they're in the front row, but I'll just use that as opportunities for healing. Oh wait, no, it's a two. Actually, they can because it's a two. It's a two-position creature. Anyways, it's still not a bad idea to heal people up. All right, this is definitely going to be. I'm pretty sure Tall Man Alive is going to wind up getting a negative trait. And what are we at? Okay, now it's time to heal.
The bigger the beast, the greater the glory.
So sad to see all this money going away. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Tall Man Alive's getting a negative trait, and Ego may be the reason we have to stop the journey. If I lose them to a heart attack, that is bad. Oh right. There was a point I was... Wow. Okay, that's two virtues.
Valor shines brightest against the back.
One thing that I forgot to mention about that time when I had the one character doing the fight, there was a specific reason I didn't run away from that fight, because you still get the stress penalty, and the heart attack can and will kill that character. So the one option I didn't have for that was get out of dodge. This is very good. But I did blunder in... So the one thing I try not to do in this game, but I really let myself down that time, is I try not to do the wimpy moves. Like, one of the things that this game really rewards are the big, bold plays that, you know, yes, you might lose a party member on it, but you also might wind up saving everyone. And I definitely feel like this game, on balance, rewards the big, bold plays as opposed to just, you know, heal someone up in an emergency. But the problem is that when you really want something, this might be another transmission of the curse. Okay. Still not great, but I can live with this. Ooh, that's lucky. Bleed out the back row? That's not a terrible idea. Damn it. I'm genuinely unsure if it's better to heal or shoot at this point. I'm gonna heal. Oh, hey, X-Alfie, sorry, I got it's miles away.
A time to perform beyond one's limits.
Obviously, Ego's gonna be getting it in the throat, but he also performs when he's really hurt. Okay, 5 damage around. Yeah, let's end. Oh my god! Alright. This guy's almost certainly gonna heal himself again. Oh! Alright. Oh, that's actually a lot smarter. If he gives him a heart attack, then that's GG. These wounds are my offering! Alright, well, go heal the Plague Doctor then. Okay, this should be enough. Okay, another lucky find with the sapphire. I still feel okay about not packing up the onyx. I'm still ahead, although obviously we're close to the point where maybe I will actually be getting 4 of these by the end. Okay, this might get me some goodies. Ooh,
Packs
okay.
laden with loot.
Blood's always
Often
welcome.
low on supplies.
I am really, really, really on the fence about grabbing the skeleton key. Like, is this a 1750 experiment I'm willing to conduct, knowing that I may not even be able to make it back to that door? If Ego was not as close to a heart attack, I'd probably be willing to take that, because honestly, money is not... Like, money's important, it's not like... So the thing is, like, money will maintain you, money will give you incremental advances, but money is never going to crack open... You know what? Screw it. Like, money is never the thing that is the life or death difference. It just sort of preserves. I'm still gonna do my back row combo. Wow. No worries, Isaacin. Good to have you back. Okay, let's take the supplicant off the table first. You're still alive, Isaacin. Oh, you're talking about the mosquitoes, though. Okay, this character's dead for sure. I think it's better to take out the sycophant. Oh, I'm super... Isn't everybody allergic to mosquito bites? I honestly... It seems so obvious now, but the idea of, like, this Crimson Court idea of vampire mosquitoes, or, like, weird mosquitoes or whatever, I just think is an absolute stroke of genius on Red Hook's part. Like, I don't know where they got this idea, but it's like one of these ones which is so obviously a good idea. Like a vampire story where mosquitoes are all over the place is something that I've never seen before, and yet is such an obviously good choice for that kind of story, so... Oh no, I'm really sorry to hear that, Isaacin. I will avenge you, no worries. I may not avenge myself, but...
Mechanical hazards possessed by evil intent.
Okay, I'm thinking we deal with, we might be able to take this guy out before they act. What do they got? 6 damage per round? Cool. This now frees up some of my characters for healing. Possibly not, actually. I'll do Grape Shot. This is partly just to try and earn me a little time to heal people up. Yeah, better than nothing. Okay, who gets the stress heal? It might have been smarter to do it for Ego, but with luck, we'll encounter another one before too long. So you need to find some place with lots of poison ivy and no mosquitoes. I actually wasn't planning on being online at this time, Eyes of Sin, so it's really nice to have you still around. I don't know if I'm necessarily doing that good of a job casting it, because I've sort of stopped explaining my reasoning, I feel like, but I'm really curious where this is going. This is one problem, is that, like, I'm really curious where this is going, and I'm experiencing this all for the first time. And despite myself, I am, like, getting so into it that I'm kind of neglecting my duties of, like, actually doing the stream part. Okay, I'm gonna ride this out a little bit longer to see if I can get a combat advantage. This might hurt Ego. Okay. Yeah, that did. You found that out as a child when you played in the woods, and your cousins, after you came back, they wound up getting awful rashes and you didn't. This is gonna be a little tough. Nice. Same back row strategy. Hey, Elfie. This has some interesting possibilities.
The ground quakes.
So I think she's done. Problem is, this guy does so much damage per round. I don't think I can turn this into healing. If Ego gets... interesting. Like, if Ego gets damaged, then he's able to heal up Sharp. But in this case, I think Sharp's gonna have to self-heal. I'm not really comfortable with them absorbing that much. Sorry about the voice too, by the way, guys. I'm not sure if it's the summer. I'm not sure if it's all the activity I did today or what, but I know I'm not sounding 100%. Okay, 4 damage, 10 damage. Yeah, I'm gonna do everything I can to get as many heals in as possible.
Eradicated.
Lock of Patience. Cool. Unfortunately, I have absolutely no space for it, and I just don't see, like, giving up 1750 for a common item. Oh! Okay, well, at least we would have had to give up something for it anyway, so I can't be too upset about that. So the thing that's really hard here is clearly I'm going to be generating stress over time. Nah, you know what? I got a long walk back. I would love to check out these ones, but honestly, we need to be getting to this. We need to be getting to this destination as quickly as possible, because I'm going to get one ticking stress the whole time, and there's nothing that I'm going to be able to use to recover it. So we need to make a beeline to this door. If it's the Baron, that's going to be very interesting to see. Like, I'm genuinely unsure whether or not I want to do that fight, but... I mean, maybe I could have afforded to go through those doors. You never know, though, right? Like, if I wind up with a ton of sycophants, next thing I know, I might find myself, you know, I might find myself having to abandon the mission, like, right away. So, like I said, I mean, money will sustain you. Money will heal stuff. Money will, you know, it'll allow you to buy a couple of extra trinkets and all of that. But obviously, it's the progress you want to lock in. You'll always have another character that you can bring in. You'll always have another opportunity to do things. But Key of Reflection is a rare opportunity.
Oh
no!
And abhorrent.
We make our stand.
Terrible assault cannot be left unanswered.
How likely is it that they're gonna submerge before this mark? That's, yeah. I'm locking in the damage I can take.
A powerful blow. Teetering on the brink.
Dangerous, and they can't do battlefield messes, unfortunately. It's very likely I'm gonna lose Tall Man alive. They basically keep getting pulled into a position where they're not able... Okay. I'm not gonna, like, throw them away. So I will do the heal, but... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that just wasn't worth it.
Confusion, nerves, and panic.
There's just so much damage that happens to them that... Okay. This is my Hail Mary effort to try and save this character, but it's gonna be... It's gonna be risky. Anyways, yeah, I need to focus on maximizing the damage. I'm not gonna get clever. I'm not gonna do anything but just put out pure damage to take the Crocodilian. This is gonna hurt a lot.
As life ebbs, terrible vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Okay, so I gotta make some choices about who gets healed. Sharp is my highest candidate for healing right now. Casual Nothing is probably second, and Tall Man Alive is very... Oh, but Tall Man Alive needs to self-heal. Okay, so the way it's gonna work, Sharp's gonna self-heal, Tall Man Alive can't heal. Frig. Yeah, I have to do it, because Sharp is my primary means of healing.
Perched at the very precipice.
Oh, this is so bad. Ego gets a heart attack. This is worth running.
This skirmish may be lost, but the battle may yet be won.
Failure tests the metal of heart. brain and body.
We can come back with a proper party to deal with the crocodilian. The last time that yeah, Exalfi. I've had like one or two that actually wound up working out really well for me. It's the fact that I don't know, I really feel like the heal that it gets when it submerges, especially when it does so much damage to you after successfully submerging, I feel like that is almost something that puts it to the broken level. But this was the right call, because I've definitely lost a lot of people to that fight for no reason. So the thing is that
We dug for months, years, an eternity.
we've got more.
And we were rewarded with madness.
We've got more. We've got more Crimson Court progress, which is kind of like priority number 1. So witness and known cheat Tippler. Okay, so we need to take up the tavern. We actually wound up with quite a bit of. We wound up with quite a bit of. Of stuff out of that, but we did lock in we locked in the progress in the courtyard. So sure, I mean, we're gonna have these guys out for a little while. We now have somebody with the Crimson another person with the Crimson Curse, which is not ideal. But overall, like, this was not a terrible expedition. Okay, so I can gain Instructor Mastery. And we can gain weaponsmithing or armor smithing. Best defense is good offense.
A sharper sword, a stronger shield. Anything to prolong a soldier's life.
Okay. Let's take a look at new recruits. I'm not going to complain about another musketeer, but we really do need some crusaders and frontline people for the...
A champion markswoman. Keen for a new kind of challenge.
Okay, before we wrap up for tonight, does any... Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. We need to actually bring this thing to full screen. Does anybody want a character before we go? I'm an hour over. It's almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and I actually had plans to be up early to get a whole bunch of done stuff. I've got like a jam-packed weekend plan, but a lot of stuff is actually related to streaming and blogs and the sort of stuff that I hear you guys like. So you'd like one? Exalfi. So I've got Dismas is keeping his name. The people we have available. So Paraville. So you've got a Hellion, a Jester, 2 Vestals, 2 Hellions, and a Markswoman. And Drecker, thank you very much for that follow. Yeah, no worries. I, honestly, if you were to never show up to the stream again, like, I don't mind naming a character after you. You know, concurrent view is a concurrent view. I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy to have you active in chat, especially because obviously I was not as responsive as I normally like to be. So... but yeah, so your what we have available right now are wait, do I not have any abominations? No, we do, Masamagoma. So Marksman, Vestal, Hellions, Jester, and I believe that's it. Yeah. My pick? God, I'm really bad at this. Well, let's name you after yeah. Do you want X-Alfie, or is Alfie just okay? And you can also pick a color. So we've got 1, which is red and purple, 2, which is sort of purple and brown, 3, which is green and pink, and 4, which is a darker color. Hello, Magna Draconis. I'm actually just finishing up. I apologize, because I know I believe the later streams really work for you. Alfie 2. Okay, cool. But would you like a character named after you? If you would like a character named after you, we've got some Vestals, we've got a Hellion, we've got a Markswoman. Marksman? Is it Marksman? Markswoman? Musketeer. All right, so we've got this Musketeer, we've got this Vestal, we've got this Hellion, this Vestal, and this Hellion, which is the highest level out of everyone, and I believe that's it. Name a Hellion after you? Okay, I'll give you the higher level one because it's more likely we'll bring them on an adventure and that they won't get replaced, so... Although I do, like, if I wind up kicking out someone because it's more advantageous for me to take, like, fresh blood, usually what I do is I rename the character. I'm not renaming people, so the one thing that's nice about the graveyard is we get to see, like, all the names, so I'm not quite at the point yet where I'm replacing people who have died. I need to think a little bit about that, though, because obviously, like, you know, Valken was the first one to die at week 23, and, you know, like, we're obviously much later. So, but yeah, the Fallen so far, Jamie Sam, Valken, Captain Zergay, Johnny Big Time, Ed Baver, L. Dolby, and that's it for now. I do need to figure out a way to try and work out, like, I think probably what we'll wind up doing is we'll let people sort of name people again, but we'll it'll have to be like an alternative name. But yeah. Anyways, thank you very much for hanging out with this. I do not want... Okay, so I don't really want to make a promise... Oh, I thought this was going to automatically scroll. Oh, it does. Okay, cool. So let me just bring it at the top. So, I don't want to make a hard promise saying that this is going to be a consistent Friday night game, but I'm going to do my best. The thing... So, just plans for the stream coming up. As usual, Monday... Monday is the Paradox Grand Strategy Days. Stellaris is the most likely one sort of moving forward. Wednesday is still Cultist Simulator. We're probably getting close to the end of the Priest, although I suspect we probably have at least 2 or 3 more casts out of it. And then Friday is sort of my free day, and what I've sort of been doing is cleaning up a lot of stuff that I've started and not completed. And of course the challenge is because each time I stream something, especially with so many dedicated days, it becomes very difficult to make like really meaningful progress in a game. And that's fine because, again, it's, you know, it's fun to have stuff that I can rely on, and I know it really helps people decide whether or not they want to watch if there's something that they can sort of rely on. You know, so if you only like watching me for Cultist Simulator, you know to show up for Wednesday. And if you only like the Paradox stuff, you know, reliably it'll be there for Monday. And then of course there's going to be other ones. That's why I tweet out on Twitter, like, what I'm playing and stuff like that. But the real drawback about this is that when I used to, and I really do intend to kind of get back to that style of casting at some point. You know, Cultist Simulator is not going to be something on the stream forever. It doesn't mean it's going away, it just means that I'm going to do it on YouTube more often. I'll probably do like 1 priest run, 1 ghoul run, and then we'll put that as more of a YouTube primary thing, because there are some specific YouTube things that I want to do that I think people will really like, and I just think it's more appropriate to that VOD style. But yeah, what I'm hoping to do, at least with Fridays, is to get through some of these things that I've started, people really liked, and are wondering when I'm going to finish it. But the thing is that Darkest Dungeon is a lot of fun for me to play. I always go late with it, I always have a good time with it, and people really seem to enjoy the game. So it is likely that I will do it on Fridays. I am not guaranteeing that it's Fridays, but, you know, it is more often than not going to be the thing that I choose. And as far as what are the other games, well, I'd rather not say, because it's always a nice, you know, some people were really happy to see that I was doing Walking Dead. Other people had no time at all for those kinds of games. But yeah, I always like this game. It's always a lot of fun, and I'm glad that you have enjoyed it as well. Cool. I will admit, Alfie, it's all just archives of these streams. It's very hard to follow the conversations because you don't get to see the chat on it. But if you like my stuff and there are particular games and you don't mind sifting through all the videos, there'll be some stuff there. The stuff that I'm recording on the weekend, it's just to make sure that I'm on track with the Elder Scrolls. I do apologize for the audio quality on the one on Tuesday. Essentially, the only thing I could have done to improve it would have been to completely re-record that episode. And the thing is now that in order to keep those episodes consistent, I actually have now recorded a couple in advance, so it wouldn't just be recording that episode. I would actually have to record the following ones because obviously I would not have had the same events happen, there wouldn't be the same progress, and it just didn't seem worth it. Thursdays, I'm trying to be more consistent with the Surviving Mars sort of relaxing streams, but I will admit it is very difficult to record. It's very difficult to record enough VOD content to make sure that I have a Tuesday and Thursday vodcast as well. Those don't get transcodes, but those do have higher quality. Okay, well, Surviving Mars has higher quality versions on YouTube. There is no such thing as a higher quality version of Daggerfall because it was made in the 1990s. But those are pretty consistent things. If you don't see something happen on Thursday, it's just because I didn't have the time to record it. But I'm trying to record multiple videos over the weekend, as well as do, self-improving things like reading books and learning, statistical concepts that I probably should have understood a little bit better when I was studying. I'm not going to be able to get through all the Kickstarter backers, so I'm going to declare bankruptcy on that. Oh, looks like you actually get to see what's going on while I'm searching, so let's find who's online tonight. Actually, I'm reading a really interesting one called, I think it's like a theory of agnostic statistics or something like that. It's a neat take on it. I sort of feel like it's a little bit at a... Like, it's probably at a lower level than I really need, but I don't actually think it's a bad thing to, I don't really think it's a bad thing to, to do some more beginner stuff. Because the one thing I really like about it is that, even though I think it's maybe a little more low level on some of the stuff, it does explain it all, like, from front to back. They don't skip steps in the proofs and whatnot. And I really wish more textbooks would do that. So, some of it, it's like, you're advanced enough, you should be able to prove this stuff on your own. But I especially find in, like, probability and statistics stuff, especially probability is very counterintuitive, and what may be obvious to the author is not necessarily obvious to the reader. But that's a conversation for another time. Thank you everybody for watching. I'm going to host Kilgore Trout, who is playing a game I've never heard of before called Chronomaster, but he is a fun guy. He is very nice. He obviously likes Kurt Vonnegut, which is always a plus, or at least he likes the character in the Kurt Vonnegut story. Yes, I hope you stick around, give him a bit of love, and I will see you all Monday at the latest. Have a lovely evening.